So last time we found out that Elidibus might have some info about what the fuck we should do. So we're going back to the first, which means we might actually see Reen again, which would be nice. Thancred told us we should tell her that he misses her, so we have to do that. Return to the Crystarium. Grati has something he wishes to give you. Take this, Rose, my spirit vessel. He's coming with us! Oh my god. Empty now. Oh, never mind. Empty now, of course, but it should allow you to operate the tower systems to the umbilicus. If even the smallest fragment of Elidibus' essence remains, it should be possible to locate it. As for access to the umbilicus, pray seek out Lena for assistance. Chances are she still stands watch at the ascensor gate. Should she or anyone else ask after me, tell them I am living my life to the fullest, that I am happy, hardships and all. Oh. Well, we had best be on our respective ways. God's be willing, we will see each other again ere long. I love him! Alright, back to the first we go. It sure has been a while. 1,000 gil. I'm gonna go broke. I only have 5.3 million. Your last warning or the warning before the last warning. Listen, I remembered things I wanted to say. Hold on, I need to... we still have to do class quests as well. Anyway. Hello, Lena. Or Lina? How do you say her name again? It's been a while. Rose, you are returned! Have you been well, you and the others? We've no shortage of troubles, but we're well enough. Then things are much the same for you as they were here. My lord is doubtless enjoying himself. Oh, you couldn't say that. He said this to you? These exact words? Oh, to know that he is happy, it fills my heart with joy. Thank you, Rose, for taking care of him. When next you see him, please tell him not to overexert himself. Futile a request though it is. Oh, I should mention, Graha sort of raised her when she was a baby, and tell him that all is well here. The peace he gifted us continues, and we work hard to build new lives for ourselves. In the course of this, we occasionally bicker, but we've never been more optimistic for the morrow. If I had to mention one dilemma, it would be the question of our governance. Even as we speak, debate rages on over how we should run the city in the Exarch's absence. Most are of a mind that the Settlement Council should continue to oversee the general running of the Crystarium, while representatives are elected to determine policy and handle diplomacy. The Exarch being Gratia. Thus far, nothing is set in stone, but however we choose to proceed, we will not replace our lord. No one could. Have you recently observed any unusual phenomena? No, I cannot say there have been. Curious that you should ask me this question, though. Some days ago, Reen, I'm gonna put my chat here. Some days ago, Reen came and asked the very same. She was rather unsettled, in stark contrast to how cheerful she has been of late. Uh-oh. She and other Crystarium youths just hosted a festival, you see. It proved so popular that there are already plans for another celebration, one much bigger than the first. Between her preparations for the festival and the restoration of the empty, she struck me as happy and full of life. So when I saw her in a state of such worry, I couldn't help but feel worried in turn, especially since she wouldn't tell me what troubled her. I dare say she would be more willing to confide in you. May I ask you to broach the subject with her? Oh, hey, Horatius. I want her to be okay. You wish to enter the umbilicus? Very well, I shall fetch the key at once, and take the opportunity to find Reen. Please wait for me in the city, in front of the Cabinet of Curiosity, shall we say. I will be along as soon as I can. I feel like Reen is quite a lot to explain. Her character. Basically... Oops, that's not what I meant to press. How do I explain this? So basically, there's always a girl born every few hundred years or so called Minfilia, and she basically is to carry out the duties of Hydaelyn? Anyway, Thancred met her, and Thancred's Minfilia on the Source, which is our world, was like an adoptive daughter to him, and he had like a lot of guilt surrounding her as well, because sort of, in a sense, he blames himself for the death of her parents. So when he met the Minfilia of this world, Reen was always really worried that Thancred was only doing this to get to his Minfilia, or that she was never going to fill in the shoes of Minfilia. Meanwhile, Thancred just adopted another girl. Another girl. Which is incredibly... Oh, where the fuck am I going? Let me just take these, alright? And she sort of then was like, okay, I accept that I am my own person, therefore I am... Let me jump off. I'm begging you! At least he has a kind of adopting another girl, yeah. So she sort of accepted that she's her own person, and that Minfilia in herself doesn't really matter with her own existence, so she adopted a new name and became her own person. That was very sweet. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registration. We can't skip waiting for her? Okay, fair. I think that's a good enough recap. But yeah, Reen is very, very nice. Very sweet girl. 10 out of 10. And we love Reen. Do my old eyes deceive? Is that truly Rose? Oh my god! It is. Full glad am I to see you hailing home, my friend. What a wonderful surprise it is to have you back with us, and at this most opportune time. In case you haven't heard, we are planning to produce a tome chronicling events from the Flood to the Knight's Return. Jerry Lurk dashing. For this project, we intend to draw upon records kept by the world's peoples. Historical and contemporary first-hand accounts will be the centerpiece of the tome, but yours would be the one to crown them all. I've been asked to contribute a chapter on the soul, a subject that is key to understanding much of your endeavors. In the course of developing the spirit vessel, I gained valuable insights into traveling beyond the rift, knowledge that will allow me to attest to your existence and deeds. Don't quiz me, please. My memory's so bad. There's no end to the questions I would ask you, but if you could indulge me just one for now. In your quest to restore the night, you faced many a formidable foe. Among them, who offered you the greatest struggle? This might come as a surprise, but who is it if I'm gonna say this? Warrior of Light? I mean, probably Hades, no? I want to see what this option is, though. Curiosity versus the right answer. We'll go with Hades. Ah yes, Hades, he who sought to resurrect his ancient brethren. He was the final obstacle on your quest to restore the night. Your battle in the depths of the tempest, the stuff of epics. Yet compelling as it is, I worry that mere words wouldn't do justice to that fateful confrontation. Not that we would think to omit it entirely, of course. No, at the very least we will impress upon readers that it was the climax of your hero's journey. I know you'd love to talk her ear off, Morin, but we really should be on our way. Those documents from Yulmore won't collect themselves. Of course, and afterwards would you care to join me for tea? I was hoping you might clarify a few points in your treatise. Till next time then, do tell the others to look after themselves. Our overzealous friend in particular, remind him not to overexert himself. And again and again till his ears fall off, if that's what it takes for him to take it to heart. Curiosity killed the cat-mate ghost, as they say. Heck off, I'm not a cat-mate. Don't you use code 6 against me. Is that the Warrior of Darkness? It's her! It's really her! What are you doing here? Baby, if you're going to battle, I can give you some medicine. I made it myself. Rest now, Riki. You'd only give her a stomach ache. We've come to see Morin to get his advice. One of the guard finally agreed to teach us how to fight, but first we need to choose a fighting style. While I know that I want to be a mage, Arcane isn't sure. Magic isn't really my thing, so I was thinking of taking up the axe, or the sword, or maybe the bow. They all seem alright, but it's hard to decide, so I thought I'd ask Morin. He knows about lots of things. He isn't here? Aww. Oh, why don't you have the Warrior of Darkness choose for you? What do you think suits Arcane best? Axe, sword, or bow? He does have the Artbert haircut. For smiting your opponent, the axe. The axe. If you took up the axe, that you could be just like Artbert, the Warrior of Light. Yes. I love that tale. Let's borrow the book today. It's really popular though. I hope it's still there. Thanks for helping me decide, Warrior of Darkness. I'll start with that style and maybe try something else later on. And when I get really strong, I hope to have a bout with you. Aww, so precious, yeah, so wholesome. Off you go, kids. And don't you pick up White Mage. Such fun she's been having basking in the adoration of musty old bookworms and wide-eyed younglings, but does she spare a thought for me? Of course not. I waited and waited and waited, but she won't so much as acknowledge the presence of her beautiful branch, even though they're right here. Such a heartless thing our sapling is. Cold and cruel and heartless. No, not the fairies, please. Oh, faithful Feo Ui, loveliest of branches, how I have missed you. If you truly missed me. I can't do that voice. I hate their voice so much. Please do not. If you truly missed me, you should have cried for me at the top of your lungs the instant you arrived. To make up for it, you will call with twice the passion next time. Though for there to be a next time, you've some few struggles to overcome. So, my adorable sapling, the world is on the verge of destruction, is it? Hehe, how do I know this? Joined as we are, spying on you is as simple as sliding down the back of a rainbow. Would that I could aid you in your quest, but the fate of we Fae folk is bound to that of the star. Whither it goes, so too do we follow. Such is our way. You start it, now finish it, commit. No. The most I could do for you is spare you the pain by gifting you the sweetest of eternal dreams. Beta, heck off. Don't you call me names for not putting on that voice. It doesn't make me an alpha to put on her voice. Finish it. Okay, okay. If you're throwing money at me. Ow. But if escape's not to your liking, you must struggle with your fellow mortals. I can't do it. The R is too much for me. But here are the ones you were waiting for. I wonder what manner of conclusion awaits at Tale's End. Yes, it's over. Go away. Arr. It wasn't so bad. My apologies for the delay. Rose, it's so wonderful to see you again. You doubtless have much catching up to do, so I shall leave you to it. I've taken the liberty of unlocking the umbilicus, and you may enter at your leisure. Wasn't so bad. Well, thank you for the bits. I love her. I'm so glad she's okay. I'm relieved to hear that everyone is well. I've had this feeling like a pit in my stomach, and I was afraid that something might have happened. Well, the world is ending. Maybe I'm overthinking things, but it's just that. I'm the Oracle of Light, but I've never spoken with Heidelin, never once heard her call. Even so, I've always had this feeling deep inside me, a connection to something immense. These past few days, though, that connection has wavered, as if that immense something was distant, then close, then distant again. And then, the other night, I was jolted awake by the feeling it had been completely severed. Wanting some fresh air, I went to open the window, and to my horror, the sky was ablaze, like during the star shower. If only we can give Reen a piggyback ride, that'd be cute. But then I blinked and everything was normal. The next day, no one said a thing. No one else had seen what I had seen. As far as I could tell, nothing was out of the ordinary. I began to wonder if it was a figment of a half-remembered dream. Okay, you need to calm down. If you get any more upset, we're gonna have a big problem. Rose, what are you not telling me? I have to know, please. It doesn't matter how terrible it is. Again, Reen, the world is ending. We're in big shit back at home. Like, really bad. You wouldn't believe it. It wasn't my imagination then. The doom we witnessed in Amarant has come again. I love giving the worst recap of what happened to NPCs when my character is talking and them going, I see. And then just them recapping it perfectly. Nothing like what I said. It's hilarious. I can't believe it. Like I told you before, all is well here in the first. So don't worry about us, please. Look only to the threat before you. We're fine right now, and even if we weren't, we've learned how to survive. Should the final days reach us here as well, you may be assured we won't go quietly. No, we'll hold on until you can find a way to save all our worlds. As long as you continue your fight, so too will we, united in purpose beneath the blazing sky. Oh, sweet. I want to hear her voice. Did they not get her voice actor back? Things are bad. There's a cold place called Garlic Bald. There's the Wi-Fi, it's cold, and there's a man obsessed with fighting me with his eager-looking butler. Nice. I love that. Hope upon a flower. Reen wears a look of steely resolve. You're headed to the Umbilicus to consult with Elidibus, right? I'll do some consulting of my own, speak with Lina, decide how we might best prepare for the final days. So it's farewell for now, but we'll see each other again, I'm certain of it. We lived through the flood and the tyranny of the Light Wardens. We're survivors. Do what you need to do and know that we will too. Baby! We'll give her a hug before we go. Now, the Docile Gate. Also, there's this place called Charlotte and people there have no legs. It's so weird, Reen. You wouldn't believe it. Mistress Rose, welcome back. The captain has told me all. Give the word and I will show you the ocular. Rats at hand! Yes, we have rats at hand as well. I love... No, I'm gonna fucking cry already. Not like this, man.
Biometric authentication complete. Please state your business.
We're here to speak to Elidibus?
Acknowledged. Reinitializing Circus Tower systems. Searching for Elidibus entity. Target located in subterranean core power accumulator. Projecting image.
My home. My friends. No more than a dream. Oh.
Aww.
You. Why have you awakened me? I no longer sense those places beyond, or Lord Zodiac. You must explain all.
Again, the world is fucking ending. Also, I killed Zodiac. I'm really cool like that.
So, he is fallen, and my brethren's souls returned to the star.
I feel so bad now that I said that.
The doom we sacrificed so much to prevent is come again. Old burdens now yours to bear. But if this is Fandaniel's design, then I, as Elidibus, have a duty to fulfill. Your unsolicited act has restored to me some few memories of the convocation. Such knowledge as I have, I will share.
I'm sorry.
Why apologize for receiving a favor of the defeated? If it sits ill, consider it payment for freeing Lord Zodiac from servitude. Where to begin? The end. Your understanding of what caused the final days is consistent with our own. The decay first took root where the currents were weakest. Yes, a conclusion drawn by him. Fandaniel. Not the him of here and now, but as I knew him. Long, long ago. Having shed light upon the phenomenon, he dedicated himself to devising a countermeasure. Were it not for his knowledge of the Celestial, we would never have made the connection, and thence forestalled the final days. And though he inherited that noble soul, how different this last incarnation, so consumed by self-loathing and hate. Elpis. Yes, the name is familiar to me. Yet I know it not as a flower, but a place.
A place.
A testing facility for determining which of our creations were fit to be released into the world. Many worked there, and before joining the convocation and assuming the title of Fandaniel, he was their chief. He was Hermes.
What the fuck?
That is all I know. The crystals tell little of the lives the 14 led prior to their induction. Elpis itself would tell even less. Nary a rune has survived.
Whoa!
Wait. I saw you there. In Elpis. No. I did not. But I did. I did. A lingering trace of impossibility. And a truth that fills my heart. My memories remain clouded, I fear. However, they have revealed to me one possible course. You must travel to Elpis, to the time when Hermes served as its chief. In glimpsing the Exarch's memories, not only did I make his summoning magic mine own, I also mastered the workings of this tower, which, having absorbed my empowered essence, now harbors an abundance of energy.
What?
As such, I believe I can deliver you unto the past, unto that place and that precise moment. Given the eons that must be traversed, the gateway will not be fully formed. Your form will be less tangible still than those warriors of light I had summoned. In all likelihood, none will be able to see or hear you. Yet even should you manage to interact with others, you will be unable to effect meaningful change. For the reality you wish to save, the reality to which you must return, exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present. Cannot unmake the sorrow and suffering fated to come. In full knowledge of this, will you still entrust your life to your foe and make the journey?
Yes. Of course I will.
Very well. I shall cast you unto the river of time. Let this be my final
But
act.
before this, can I take a glimpse at the memories of
You
the
must
Exarch,
input the
maybe?
commands. I no longer have the authority.
Can I just, snoop
First,
around a bit?
You must reconfigure the systems, that the tower's ether may be channeled for the magic.
Alright.
The preparations are complete. The gateway will soon open. Return at once to the ocular. All appears to be in order. The ether flows unimpeded. The magic should consume every last mote of my essence. Why are you surprised? Did I not say that this will be my final act? Lord Zodiark is no more. There is nothing for me here. The ones I love and long to see again are waiting in that promised land, beyond memory and dream.
Treats memories
Now
like a
go,
public library?
warrior
Yes.
of light. Go and do not look back.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Well, Heidelin, I take my leave of you. Yours is the mantle of the last of us. May you have the joy of it, the burden, and the solitude. It falls to you now. You and your champion to save our star.
Ah. Thank you, Medic, for 101 bits. I really appreciate it. Darth Vader's amazing in this next part. Shut up. The device is reminiscent of an aetherite. Perhaps it is possible to attune with it. Despite attempting to channel and focus your energies, you fail to attune with the device. You can only assume it operates differently. The man stands dutifully by the aetherite-like device, a guide for this facility in all likelihood. Hello? You attempt to get the man's attention, but if he sees or hears you, he gives absolutely no indication. As Elidibus warned, it appears your form is intangible. Wait. This is the right place, yes? Propylaeon? Judging by the woman's words, this facility is called Propylaeon. You attempt to gently prod the woman to attract her attention, but feel nothing, and it seems neither does she. Kazumalt and Kazrin as well. Thank you so much for becoming paranormal investigators. I really appreciate the support. Thanks so much for the follow. The remarkably large man wears a black robe and a half mask, much like the phantoms you encounter in Mar Lamentorum and the recreated Amarat. It would seem you have made it to your destination. You gesticulate wildly and shout all manner of greetings and obscenities, but the man does not so much as glance in your general direction. Well... Hey, Rob. You suspect this door leads outside, but how to open it?
And here we are, Elpis. Well, well, how rare to receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor? Oh, just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while. You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks.
Come now. Is this truly necessary? Surely you can tell who we are.
Who you are, perhaps, but I am far less infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
Oh man.
Satisfied?
Ah, he's so sassy. I love him.
I thank you for your cooperation. You are free to go about your business.
Yeah, the music is fantastic.
By the by, you see it too, yes?
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about.
That's odd.
Is that how we became friends with them?
It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's. Do you suppose she created it? Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
Don't ask me. All I know is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's her spitting image. So let's leave it be. Come now.
Can you hear me?
It's trying to say something. but it's literally too intangible to form words. Why don't you give it some ether? Spare a snifter of your bounteous reserves.
Who do you take me for?
Why, a dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts, go unrewarded.
I love them!
I suggest you close your eyes, or this may be unpleasant. You may open your eyes.
I'm tall. Well, relatively. I'm normal size.
Oh, you even adjusted its size.
The better to indulge your whim. This way, it will be easier to communicate.
How very thoughtful of you. And may I applaud your artful reinforcement. Without further ado then. Greetings! I am Hythlodaeus, Chief of the Bureau of the Architect. Sulking beside me is the most honorable Emmett Selk of the Convocation of 14. And how might we address you, my new friend?
Am I really gonna give them my actual name?
A fine name.
Jesus.
I'm pleased to see you understand our words. So, tell us, whence have you come? The thinness of your essence suggests you weren't created here.
It's a bit
You
complicated.
do not know? Or cannot say? Allow me to ask a different question then. What brings you here?
Seek a man named Hermes.
Well now, the same as us. Perhaps Azim wished to come too, but had to settle for a familiar.
If she truly wished to be here, then she would be.
Right you are. My apologies if we've given offense. The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend.
Mm-hmm.
And with your purpose matching our own besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion. We are here to speak with Hermes, the chief overseer of this facility, which we also intend to tour in order to gain greater insight into the man's work. We, I say, though this is Emmett Selk's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide. And I should be happy to serve as yours as well, by way of an apology for the misunderstanding.
Wait, are you suggesting that we bring it along on official business?
It's
Thing we know next to nothing about.
Emma,
If
please.
you harbor suspicions, better to keep it close than leave it to its own devices. Wouldn't you agree? Besides, having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here. Welcome, my friends, to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge. Elpis.
Wow. The world unsundered. Wow.
This presence.
Oh. Axolotls! They're cute!
Hermes! Visitors! We have visitors!
You get cucked so hard by
What
the phone.
secrets are you hiding, I wonder?
Yeah. I guess I am. Man, this is amazing. It's beautiful. The world unsundered. Wow. In case you didn't know, it's rude to stare. Stop. Wow. This is hardly my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Why? It feels as if you could reach out and touch the heavens. Emmett is me. Me. Emmett is a mood. Oh yeah, you can see the stars. Wow. Now then, to begin our guided tour, perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, I shall start with the basics. Using concepts to give shape to ether, creation magics allow us to bring forth anything we desire, be it inanimate objects or living beings. Anyone may conceive of concepts, but they must all undergo evaluation at the bureau of the architect. As part of that process, living beings and certain arcane entities may be sent here to Elpis for in-depth observation and studying. Heh, a fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you will enjoy touring it with us. Now then, our friend Hermes, aside from overseeing the facility, he also has conducted his own research. Chances are he will be at the main observation hub, so let us seek him out there first. Attired as you are, however, you stand out a little too much. Our dear Emmett Selk wishes to keep a low profile for his errand, so do you know how to make a robe? The basic concept will do. Not really, no. No, in that case, Emmett Selk. No! Your whim, your responsibility. You're getting not another thimble of ether out of me. The way he scrimps sometimes you'd think he wasn't a nigh bottomless font of magic. Very well, I shall make the robe, but perhaps you can assist. Come, let us search for the requisite material. Emma is so moody! Those researchers are from the Academia Annider's Words of Halmarut, here to observe the state of the local flora. I wish they would give equal attention to the ambient environment, specifically how much noise they are adding to it with their little debate. Ah yes, material. Yeah. Oh man, butterflies and everything. No means no. Just be grateful I'm even willing to wait. Yes, these creatures should suffice. An etheric rope. I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 Pedaludai. There are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds should serve. Now, I should mention that the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user. As your ether is still thin compared to ours, you need to weaken the Pedaludai first. Good luck! Right. Oh, that one's really pretty. Oh, we already have Eos. Okay, never mind. she be broil foring? Oh lord! How low do they have to be? Oh, I killed it. Oops. I'm gonna assume like 5% health, maybe. Maybe 20%? Yes, okay. Is the bear Mr. Tubbs or does it have a name? Yes, the bear with the purple scarf is Mr. Tubbs and the bear with the purple scarf is Mrs. Tubbs. The bear with the red scarf is Mrs. Tubbs. Jesus. I don't know what I said. Oh, they meant your mount. The mount is Mrs. Tubbs. No! Work! Thank you. Yes, the polar bear is Mrs. Tubbs. Because the polar bear is happy, look. Kind of. You can't really see, but... It's too happy to be Mr. Tubbs. You've caught the Petaludai. Come, let us see. There you go. Yes, these fine fellows will do nicely. And now for a spot of reversion. Is Mr. Tubbs grumpy? He's stoic, yes. He's a bit grumpy. There, it's ready. It's nothing fancy, but then we're trying not to stand out. Try on for size. You turn living beings into clothing, just like that? Well, not just like that. You need to revert them to their Wah! No! Stop! You need to revert them to their constituent ether first, lest you wonder why I asked for 2 species. It is due to the difference in their etheric balance. Blending them allows us to produce garb with superior etheric stability. Well, and good to disguise and educate, but it won't fool anyone who can see it worth a damn. Fair point, but at the very least it should spare you unwanted attention from casual observers. Emmett Selk speaks true. Even dressed like us, your unusual nature will be plain to see who think to look. Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. No, best to simply say that you're a familiar. The question is whose? Of course, Azem's. If you say you belong to her, people will give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. Exploiting our associates' absence. For lack of her presence, absolutely. Were she here, she'd have been the first to propose the idea, and you know it. With that, your story is settled. Let us continue with our errand. Ah yes, vocabulary? Yeah, English isn't my first language, so it's a bit of a struggle at times. Do I have to put this on? Do I have to wear this? As dubious as it is, passing you off as Zem's familiar is probably the best approach. Should she take offense that others so readily believe her recklessness is to blame, she is welcome to mend her ways. You don't have to drip, yes. Passes child in your original size? I think not. Augmented or no, your ether is still far too thin to be considered normal. If you're ready, let us continue along the path to Anagnoris's. The place serves as an observation hub and residence both. Someone there should be able to point us in the direction of Hermes. Yes, for immersion. Okay. We'll go with it then. All you're missing is the scythe. Nah, I'll leave that to K4, I think. I was wondering what she was examining, but it seems to be the bush itself. Let's see if this observer knows Hermes' whereabouts. Yes, can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Well, now, by your mask, I assume you are one of the 14. I wasn't aware there was to be a visitation. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. I see. My lips are sealed. The chief should be out conducting observations as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I expect you will find him at one of the pools here. The pools, you say? Many thanks, and apologies for disrupting your work. Hey, Malice. I say, Hythlodeus, while I've never met Hermes, you know him well, do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his ether? Aye, that I could. As you know, Emetselk and I can discern the color of souls. By the same token, we can also see the ether quite keenly and from great distances. With this skill, I could readily locate Hermes, but I feel that it would be a waste of an opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment, after all. By searching the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight into Elpis and the man in charge of it. This is as much for your own enjoyment, like as not, but point taken. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short, dark hair. So you know it's because we're in Elpis that we don't have our cowls up, a special exemption due to the need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere we do not exhibit our individuality. It is unseemly. This is all common sense, but I would not assume you possess any. It is a rare treat indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance, and I thank you for humoring me. Come, let's find our man. Emmett, what the hell? You're so mean. Oh, hi, K4. Good morning, dropping in to say hi and drop our like. Thank you so much, Samus. No worries. If only he knew. Oh, can I attune to this ether ray? Yay! Oh, look at the tiny chocobo! Little Lalafell-sized chocobo. Just looked at my Twitch wrap up and it seems Corey's my second most watched streamer this year, even though I only started watching 2 months ago or something. Well, I'm glad you're here, Lucky. Thank you. Ah! Here we are. Hey, they have such funny faces. Axolotl! And a great serpent of Ronka. I love axolotls. They're so cute.
Ah, you are...
Oh. Different. You're different too. You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be... Wait. Please. Wait.
She's trying so hard.
Greetings and salutations.
Oh.
Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
May we please be friends?
We can be friends.
May we please be friends?
That expression.
I see you found him.
Ithildeus. It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
You were of the convocation.
Emmett Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend? But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to... Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment.
Their eyes look so cool.
Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing. But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters. By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait in the main building yonder. I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
They look so silly. Huh?
What's wrong, Hermes?
An ambystoma is missing.
Sorry, my bad. Here, you can have it back. I just wanted to hold it for a minute. I'm sorry.
I may have found it. A creature with the
Oh,
self
never mind. I'm keeping mine.
Nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
You're saying they can climb with their sorry excuses for limbs?
The fashion has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish. The ambystomas too can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however... Excuse me.
Oh no.
I'll help too.
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
May I suggest we split up? If you would be so good as to assist her.
Yeah, it makes you wonder how that
Keep
happened.
an eye on these
but
adorable
I guess,
creations in the meantime.
I guess losing half of your people does that to you. Glad to see Emmet is as sassy as ever. They're so low texture, it's fucking amazing. Well, not even low texture, more like low poly, kind of. But not even that. They just look silly. I love them. Oh, over here. Adventurous ambystoma. Hermes, are you alright? It seems Hermes and Midian have found their quarry, a creature known as in this age as an ambystoma. Yet though it has been safely extricated from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite the predicament. The ambystoma, Hermes saw it high up on the tree. Oh my god, there he is! I thought this player was him. The ambystoma, Hermes saw it high up in the tree. He climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him and he slipped. Do you need a hand? No, I'm fine, if a little embarrassed. Now, for your own safety, please stand back. Ugh. Hermes, are you alright? Quite alright, yes. My apologies for making you worry, Midian. Both you and, Rose? Rose Silverthorn, you are called. An intriguing name, somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but it doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Oh no, I had forgotten all about its fellows! What's this dramatic music? Truly, what a relief. I was like, I'm at Salk and Hythlodeus when I return to them, but first the distractions out of the way. As Chief Overseer of Elpis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you will enjoy your time here. That's amazing. I love it. The Ambystoma stares at you unflinchingly as if regarding something novel. Regarding it in turn, you notice that it appears to be floating, if ever so slightly. I'm glad they're safe, Hermes and the Ambystoma. Yuri! Ponder weren't cherished welcome. Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let us return to Anagnorisis? Axolotls don't actually fly, right? No, they don't. Asking for a friend. No, they don't fly. Some creations stay outside, others stay at Katices like the Ambystoma. 'Twas blissfully uneventful in your absence. The little ones were on their best behavior. No more errand creations to distract us from matters of actual import, I trust. My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the Ambystomas are safe and well. I will presently send them back to their space if you would go on ahead to the main building. Upon entering, you will see a table and chairs, a meeting area. We may speak there. Very well. Take care not to let the creatures slip away again. Will you be attending as well? If so, you should join the others at the building. Dude. I'm so happy we get to see more of them. It's so sweet. So are these the fates of soul traders? Right, okay. While Emitselk has been accommodating thus far, he is the one who has business with Hermes. If you wish to attend, you will have to ask his permission.
This appears to be the place. And here is where we part ways. We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins.
I love their dynamic. Yeah, it's great.
What? Will I have to remove you by force?
That grin. That's smug. Enjoy lurk, Olivia. Yeah, please lurk. Please lurk, Olivia. There are reasons I cannot speak freely.
Let's hear them then. These reasons of yours. Who knows? If I deem your mysterious cause worthy, I may even be inclined to offer my assistance.
I do not object to her attendance.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps, but I believe she can be trusted. Meteion would not have taken to her so quickly otherwise. Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
As you wish, then. Behave yourself. Do you hear?
I didn't do anything wrong. Please, Emmett.
So, it's finally happened, then.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor. In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the Convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Van Daniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
Right.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the Convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Van Daniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the Star?
Aww.
Of his own volition, yes, like so many others have before him.
Return to the Star? Does that mean die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis? Mankind is the life of Aetheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness. To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom. Mayhap you feel Van Daniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I know of all this. I do. It's just, I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all. Oh no. I've made her upset.
You've made me
Forgive
upset
me.
too.
I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteon outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
Hey Val, how are you today? Most would jump at the chance to serve in the convocation, and yet... Don't mind us, my friend. Please send to Meteon. Forgive me, I will make it up to you, I promise. I'm sorry, Rose, I didn't mean... a walk? Perhaps we can go for a walk? Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I'm sad too. That's how I am, how he made me. But don't worry, I'm fine now. So, why did you come here? Oh, much like the flowers. You want to learn about Elpis and Hermes. Oh, teach you. I can teach you. We could take turns. I tell you something, then you tell me something. Doing good at home for the holidays and getting better after a hospital stay. Oh, I hope everything's okay, Val. I wish you a swift recovery. We're glad to have you here with us again. Sure, why not? Then it's settled. Where to start? Ah yes, let's talk to Minmon. He should be near the Aetherite. I'm not good at explaining, but Minmon is, so I'll have him explain instead. Ah, the Aetherite. Anyone can use it to teleport anywhere. Well, maybe not anywhere, not to the ground or other isles. For that you need teleporters. Oh, and permission! She is very cute. Her running animation's really cute too. And what have we here? Well, you look like a person. You have the horns and scales of a beast. I assume you are a familiar like Meteon. Is there something you need? This is Rose. Could you teach her about Elpis? Ah, newly arrived familiar, is she? Very well, I should be glad to introduce our fair facility to her. I wonder what they say about the other races. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply ease our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist, testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subjected to rigorous study, in which we identify their properties, surmise what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they may have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addiction to the star, it will be allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you too were created with the hope of making the star a better place, so heed your masters well and be good, you hear? We will, Menon, we will. Thanks for the lesson. You had a turn, now I get a turn. Where did you come from? From a place facing a great threat. There is such a place? I had no idea. But this place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power. I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation. One not being watched. Then I'll explain my power. The desire to learn is a good thing. I wish you well in your endeavors, my dear familiar. It looks like she's really trying to keep up. It's really cute. There's never a dull moment with the Aurai. Their fondness of minerals makes them highly unique, and I dare say they will be no less popular. Spriggans? What are Spriggans? These little goblin gremlins? Oh no, we call them Orei. If there's many, it's just one. We say Oreas. Though they're cute, they can be naughty. Sometimes they run off with concept crystals, and Hermes has to run after them. How cute. Is that a... It is. Oh my god. Oh, this creation is perfect! But I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new? Anyway, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power. I can't read it. Or maybe there's nothing to read? Wait, please wait. I'll try again with you this time. I'm thinking about Grahatia. Greetings, can you hear me? This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in return. I'm not actually speaking to you in your mind. Rather, you are converting my emotions into words and intention, a process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings, even though they communicate via unknown languages or other nonverbal means. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yet though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in and leave me wanting to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Did you hear me? Good. Now it's my turn again. So, what are you good at? I love that it lists crafting and gathering. That's so funny. It's a secret. Oh, a secret! That's something you want to hide. Just leave it to me. There, I've blocked it out. I can't block everything, not strong feelings, but that wasn't too strong. I think we might be bothering it. Let's keep going. We'll go and see Ewanth next. She's usually in a small building, one on the west row. I gotta take the screenshot so I can send that to K4 next time he makes a bad joke. Shut up. I'm not pulling the picture up now. Well, if it isn't Meteon, I see you've brought a friend today. Greetings, Ewanth. An apple. Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes, covered in syrup. I want to share it with Rose. Oh, candied apple. Hermes is certainly partial to them, but you know you can't eat, Meteon. You weren't made to do so. But I like it, too. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise. I'm sorry, Rose, I wanted to show you my favorite thing. Then I could ask you about yours, but I failed. I like grahatia. Can you make me one? Oh, that's what you like. Yes, I can feel it. Your joy and happiness. And it makes me happy too. Thanks for sharing it with me, Rose. Well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go and see? Between you and me, Hermes' eating habits are atrocious. We may not be reliant upon food to the extent that our smaller creations are, but our diets eventually catch up with us. If we don't consume the requisite balance of nutrients, we grow weak and lethargic, yet Hermes consumes candied apples as if they were a staple. Well, at least I got to share the love. Tommy. Excellent timing. It was refreshing. It was a refreshing constitutional, I hope. What, back already? Pity. A bit longer and we might have snuck away, without you. There you are. I can see the fresh air has done... Sorry about that. There you are. I can see the fresh air has done Medion good. Rose wanted to learn about you and Elpis, so I taught her. About this place, about my power, about your favorite food. I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use. But I do appreciate your keeping Medion company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. It has been decided that Emmet Selk and Hythlodius will accompany me as I tend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too? I've compelled to remind you that she is in no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet at Propylaeon. There is no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. I do not mind. To see the joy her presence brings Medion, I cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent. Rose is kind, really truly. She taught me as much as I taught her. You're coming, of course, to watch Hermes? You're bound to learn lots and lots. Ugh. Looks awful. This time we all get to go for a walk. Isn't that exciting? It is held that all civil organizations should conduct their affairs with total transparency, and the convocation is no exception. But that doesn't mean we are obligated to show our work to unknown entities such as you. Consider yourself privileged and behave accordingly. Though I see new creations on a daily basis, here they look at them with a different eye. It will be interesting to observe Hermes at work. Composure regained, Hermes is ready to return to his duties. If everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward Ambystoma. Have care when you step outside a hub, for there may be more unruly creatures about. Alright. Let's see what they have to say. So beautiful, Petaluda. I hope they make it into the world. Ah yes, the Ianthine Petaluda, one of the newest species of the ever-popular butterfly. You're still bothered about your robe? But don't be. The few specimens we repurposed won't be missed. All vim and vigor now. When we were discussing his nomination, he was melancholy incarnate. This here is a new species of Petaluda we recently set loose. It has been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it onto the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? I'm not sure. It is the presence of a soul. Ah, yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation that can endure on their own. Oh, that's why the blasphemies don't have souls. Right? That makes sense. Or rather, no ether? Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I've received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. It's been a while since I had something like a candied apple. Although I've always been more of a chocolate apple kind of ghost, I think. Chocolate apples are really good. Ah, but you know what's better than chocolate apples? Chocolate strawberries. It kind of takes me back to when I used to go to fairs and Christmas markets, and I would get chocolate fruit on like skewers. Oh, it was so good. Interesting. You're interesting too. Tell me, how do you find the ambystoma? You're meant to be observing Hermes, but instead we're stuck with Minion. Well, I suppose she herself serves as proof of his prowess as a researcher and creator both. Never had apples with anything other than apple. A fascinating creation, much like yourself, little one. Renowned as Hermes is for his flying life forms, 'tis a rare privilege to be able to see one of his works in progress. Hey, Gravity. Ah, yes, lightning pneuma, just as the report said. Although we call the structure a beacon due to its form, it is in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an eternal shift towards a given element. Right now that element is lightning, which draws the pneuma here to replenish their ether. It appears Mateon is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the pneuma? I finally finished my finally. Congrats, Gravity. I'm glad to hear. By using this lightning converger, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. A veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. Favorite area? Nice. It's been very beautiful here. And, well, the characters are great, obviously, as well. Perfectly done, Rose. Look. See how they gather to feed, how they express themselves through their actions despite lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess those qualities. Be it a soulless arcane entity such as the pneuma, or an ephemeral life form such as the pedaluda, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive. Is Minion an arcane entity? A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the bureau of the architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hythlodius, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that is all I need to know. you finished already? I'm sorry, I was in the way. Oh man, this is so wholesome. Not to worry, my dear. They missed nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we will head east to the morning dew. I need to speak with some observers there. Excuse me. Dude, is that a sage weapon? What the fuck? These are huge! Bruh! They look so bulky. The sky is so beautiful as well. This villa has been the talk of the borough. The combination of a carefree aspect of an endless rows of fangs is strangely charming. It's adorable, but beware it sneezes. Hermes went flying once. Was there a guiding theme or any method to the madness that is this random assortment of features?
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects. So, how are we coming along?
Oh, there they are!
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
Yeah.
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy
There
wholly
we
apart
go.
from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Yeah, so it's true.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it. And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Antelekis.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt.
Hmm.
And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter.
Under
On account of
normal
which,
circumstances.
beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Like me.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteon?
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%. The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay, I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Oh, so she's just made from
Precisely.
Dynamis.
Yours is thin too. Like an Enteleki. Like me. So... are we the same? Entelekis.
Ah, the last two options are so good. If I'm thin, it's because Emmett Silk didn't do a proper job.
Well, aren't we ungrateful? Mayhap I should revert you to the pathetic, faded thing you were.
A deficit of ether alone does not an
Warrior of
Enteleki make.
Sass.
It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with
Always
Dynamis.
take the option where you give Emmett Silk grief, in my opinion.
Unlimited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it.
Me too, man. Me too.
Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fellow. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
We have to do the class quest soon. I'm worried that I'm gonna... the quests are gonna outlevel me. Never before had I heard of Dynamis or Intelekis. I can only assume the Alpus Law was submitted to the Bureau before I joined. Hold on, what did we just get? Just XP? I guess so. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it even if we knew, but it irks me to discover that there is an entirely different form of energy and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the Celestial, he would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. What do you specialize in? Oh, you wish to know why Emmet Salk was chosen for the convocation. I should be glad to share the tale. It began when... Not another word. Lest you've forgotten were to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. Ah. I'll tell you the tale when we're away from sensitive ears. What now? I want to know about the convocation. If you would accompany us, I suppose you should at least know that much. The Convocation of 14 is a governing body that determines myriad policies. Our goal is to ensure that all is right in creation, that our star may know a brighter future. As the name suggests, the Council is comprised of 14 offices, each of which is held by an individual chosen for their surpassing abilities. Depending on the office, one is required to either be an authority in a certain field, or possess skills that would facilitate the performance of their stipulated duties. The former category includes Mitron, specialist in aquatic life, Logrif, specialist in terrestrial life and husbandry, Halmaret, specialist in fungal and plant life, Emeroloth, specialist in medicine and healing, and Lahabrea, specialist in creation magics, who has brought forth phantom beings of the highest complexity. As for the latter category, there is Altima, advocate of the arts, Igayorm, champion of enlightenment and rhetoric, Pashtarot, preserver of discipline and order, Emmet Selk, keeper of the ethereal realm or underworld in the vernacular, Fandaniel, pursuer of extant phenomena, and Azem, traveler of the world and counselor to the people. What, should I be revealing such details to you? Don't be silly. Even children know this much, and you would do well to remember it all. Inteleki or no, we're friends in thinness. My apologies for the wait. I have inspected the Ampelos to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it is released onto the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Charybdis? That is what we shall tend to next. If you'd follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main isle and head north. Alright, let's keep moving then. Oh, there's 2 other Aetherites here. I didn't think this area would be so big. But I guess it makes sense. Why is this one blue and shiny? Oh, forgive me. I thought another member of the convocation had come. This is turning out to be an eventful day. There's a slight difference in the etheric balance between these Charybdises. By this, it may be assumed that they aren't the original creations, but their offspring. A serpentine bird or a winged snake? I understand there's a problem with one of the Charybdis. Yes, that's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to the wind, it is capable of flight. The specimens created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water, its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished and it cannot fly, no matter what we try, and we can't get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they are too unstable, flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Charybdis would indeed struggle to manipulate the wind, yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. What? You needn't go to such lengths. You don't know? But of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form, and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth and unseemly as running about robeless, shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just that, when transformed, I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but that is our shame next to the lives of these creatures. They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may. Yes, I believe I have a solution, Emetzelk. May I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellows, somewhere out of sight. Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So have a little faith and run along. Chirp does not. No! I found my Twitch 2021 recap. Oh, okay, nice. I trust you don't mind. Guess where you are, Corey? Number 2? Maybe? No. I refuse to believe I'm people's number 1. You're number 1 on my top channels watched. Well, thank you so much for the support. Such bother when we can simply begin anew, but I shall defer to the chief overseer. We must help the Charybdis fly, or else they will all die. Aethodius is a man of ideas. I wonder what he has thought up this time. Emetzelk is out of sight? Good, let's speak of the plan. It is a stroke of genius, really. We have Emetzelk train the Charybdis. Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see ether currents, and with his adept spellcraft he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you described, it is not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would also be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. Rose, I want you to go to Emetzelk. Tell him that you have a favor to ask. He will be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go now, and good luck. Say I have a favor to ask. Oh god. My top channels are in order: Corey, Asmongold, Enviosity, 0 views, Tecto. 0 views is in your top? That's fucking hilarious. I love 0 views. He's hilarious. Especially like his car karaoke shit. I know he was streaming a lot of Genshin lately, but... and I didn't watch those streams myself. But his like Forza or just racing streams are fucking hilarious. I love watching them. They're very entertaining. I highly recommend you check them out sometime. I have a favor to ask. Oh no you don't, I'm not lifting a finger. Ugh, I don't know what Hythlodeus is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. If Hythlodeus is to be believed, relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever-wary Emmet Selk. Please, Emmet Selk!
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
Hey Fuji, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmet Selk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emmet Selk. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last. I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Emmet is like the dad that says, we're not getting a dog under any circumstances, and then becomes best friends with a dog he didn't want.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
Absolutely, Hythlodeus. Absolutely. So he's like every dad on the planet, maybe? I don't know.
You were wondering why Emmet Selk joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even. Quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmet Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve herself in the business of others. Where she walks, excitement is certain to follow. Her antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well, must be coincidence.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
It's so sad. If I didn't know better, I'd say Emmett Selk is enjoying himself, not that he'd ever deign to admit it. It's flying, it's really flying as if it were born to do so, thank goodness. Look, Rose, look how well the Charybdis flies. Wave to Emmett Selk from the edge of the aisle. Emerging from his reverie, Emmett Selk notices you and begins to descend with the Charybdis. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. And Rose and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. The creature has needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you will need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The Charybdis flies. Indeed, with this we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion if and when the time arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them. If that is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way we could guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief, as you wish. Remy's. I'm fine, don't worry. Well, that concludes all of my present tasks. Let us return to Anagnorisis for now. I really wonder how all of his ideals just changed. He must be really, like, he is sundered. Yeah, yeah, I guess that makes sense. You're not a Zem either, not anymore. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. It is very sad to see. All the creations are happy. That makes me happy too. Now you've seen what I do. Was it everything you were expecting? The man I was would weep for the man I have become. Oh my god! I'm going to fucking weep. I thoroughly enjoyed myself at the end most of all. What? Oh no, I didn't speak to Hermes. What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. Is this another ruby? It could be. But Fuji's looks better. I start using Korean chat more. It's my emote of the year for Twitch recap. Tell me, Rose, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Dynamis seemed promising. Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Lycaon, I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon the nearby occupants, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry or somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the occupants were keeping a white breath. It is the nature of the Lycaon that is to blame, their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I've no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there is no point in postponing the inevitable. Duros will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where is the scene of the incident? Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doros is still there, however. Hermes, wait! If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. There's a boss fight right next to the quest. No! No! I want my Twitch recap, but I don't know if I'm gonna get mine since I had marketing emails off. Feels bad. It's heavy. Hermes' pain. The Occipede is no easy prey. With its hooves and horns, it was designed to be formidable even on land. Yet they didn't stand a chance against the Lycaon. A fearsome beast, this Lycaon, but where is it now? Oh, even Emmett is starting to get invested. The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. A Lycaon was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doris must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Mitzelk and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the Lycaon did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow with Rose. That sounded a lot louder than it should be. Come. It's down this path and over the bridge. Over 30k? Oh, over 20k. 20k is still a lot. Alright, oh, there's an ether current here actually. Might as well grab it while we're here. There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doris. Let's look for Doris too. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him. Doris? Mod check? Yes. If you're with Medion, then I assume you're on an errand for Hermes. What can I do for you? Sorry, wrong person. We're looking for Doris. Ah, I see. We do have similar hair, so people often mistake us from afar. I hope you find him soon. Well, it's not him. Or do we have to speak to that person regardless? Maybe we have to speak to that person regardless. Once I get back and record today's results, I should finally be able to put that report to bed. Not Doris' hair is long, but the color is wrong. Doris, that's Doris! Well now, if it isn't Medion, what brings you here? I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Lycaonis, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields and restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Katices. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need to concern yourself with, as you were. We've heard the news that a Lycaon slaughtered Occupites. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released? Aye, I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not what they are, where they are released. Lycaonis would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them, all exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos? A memory configuration system. The chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive and potentially dangerous, depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions. Pashtaro may wish to have words with you. Rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief, let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good, and unquestion the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat onto the world. Yet, insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Lycaonists have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion, that Emetzelk may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray show them to the meeting room. Aww. We have a duty to the star, this I know, but it doesn't mean we don't also have a responsibility to the lives we bring into existence here. To man, other beings are just things, to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Midian, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes, it's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Rose. Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Midian in your care again? Sure, it doesn't matter. She's sweet. I am in your debt, if you'll excuse me. Can you help me with something, Rose? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most, of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting or beautiful or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one, and I want you to search with me. Let's start here at the 12 Wonders. Alright, let's go find a flower. What about this tree over here? Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands adorn the tree. Oh, so big and bright. I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. You're probably right. There's another tree over here. What about this one then? A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. The way her little, like, wing ear things bounce is really cute. Everything, man! She's adorable. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking. Mischief managed. Familiar plant. Oh! Well, isn't that an enemy? Set on a tall, thin stalk, this oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations. Oh, a coneon, a flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Rose, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. Alright, what's over here then? Oh! The junction, I see. You spy nothing promising nearby, at best common-looking grasses with some few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Ah! Over there, Rose, something big, huge! Malodorous grass. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the morble-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. The things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Rose? Would he like it? It's probably not the good sort of memory. So not this one either. Finding a good flower, it's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Rose, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise. Alright, let's have a look here then. Lush fields. Please don't attack me. No! I'm not wearing gear suited for fighting! This should be fine, right? Yeah, okay. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. There's nothing. The shiny thing over there, what could it be? What, the shiny thing? I guess those flowers would make a nice gift. Oh, Oh, Elpis flowers, they're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're intelleckies. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always bright, white, and bright. Truly, the flower was dark in your home? Then, do you have it too, a dark emotion? I've known the pain of sorrow and loss. The sorrow of loss. Of loss? Of loss! I can't speak! I see. Hermes has known the same. The feeling that a part of you is gone, again and again, but no one notices. Please, Rose, won't you lend it to me, your pain and sorrow? I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too. Well, leave it to me. If there is one thing I'm good at is being sad. Truly, he'll do it? Thank you, Rose. Thank you. It means more than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. Damn, my Twitch recap said that I subscribed to a grand total of 1 channel. I don't know what Twitch is on, but I'm pretty sure I subbed to more than 1 channel. It must not be very accurate. I saw a screenshot of someone having sent like 100,000 messages and their Twitch recap only saying like 10,000, so it might not be accurate in all departments. It seems they're still talking. Ah, let's wait until they finished. Voiced? I feel like this is gonna be voiced. I have an inkling.
Hermes!
Yes, okay.
Oh. You were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes. We've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on.
Purple?
You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you. May we talk a moment?
Hedgehog! Oh, how cute.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear, and it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not amiss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. Owen asked what you thought as he kneeled beside the Alpes. Or if he only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Glad I could be of service.
To so willingly lend an ear to ease my burden. You are a strange one. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters. Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them. And they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness.
I wish.
It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteion. Let us head back.
All right.
Can I go through one arc of this expansion without tearing up? Is that a possibility? Ugh. No, nope, okay. Read the Twitter post Tails put in other media. It explains a lot. About the Twitch thing, or? Oh, I'll read it later. Are you able to get some rest? Please, do not hesitate to let us know if you're feeling tired. I worry we might exhaust your scarce reserves of ether. The prodigal familiar returns after causing all manner of trouble while we were in our meeting, I'm sure. I'm glad Hermes saw the flowers. Thank you, Rose. It will help, I hope. The day will be difficult for him. An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I attend to my next task. As Amitselk and Hythlodaeus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycaoness. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as chief overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. Lycanos would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released onto the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hythlodaeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycaoness have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to the story. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course, let us be off then. We return to the main aisle. Hold on, I did attune to this, but I'm gonna double check. Okay. Can never be too careful when it comes to this, I suppose. This expansion is actually just breaking my heart, I think. Oh, is this what they were? What is this? Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4, the other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Rose handle that one. The pair in the sky, you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emet Selk, unneeded though it is. Matea, you are to stay here with Dora. With Doros. But Hermes... The Lyconis must be reverted. I would spare you their pain and mine. This is my burden, not yours. If you are intent on helping, then please follow my lead. This is so well made. I don't think any other MMO offers a story that great. No, definitely not. Stay with Hermes, Rose. He will need someone when the time comes. Never mind my wounds, they are easily healed. It is the Lyconis which concern me. Yes, I'm so excited to do FF16. I really want to stream it if I can get a PS5 when it comes out. Does yeah, PlayStation tends to do like special editions of consoles, right? For like big releases. Maybe we'll see a special edition FF16 console. I appreciate your help and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry, within striking distance at present, but if it feels threatened, it may flee beyond our reach. As if it's not gonna be sold out on day one. I mean, probably. Day -1. Here's my plan. You will approach slowly in full view and draw the Lycaon's attention. Now, I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not, by my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let us begin. If you can get a PS5, I can get you a copy if you want. It's okay. We'll get there when we get there. I don't think there's a release date for the game yet, no. Wait, I'm wearing my shitty gear. I forgot. This is gonna take so long. No! This is what I get for equipping this gear. No, it's not Scholar. It's because I'm wearing story gear that has no stats. We're all awaiting the return of Fritz Manley. Jesus Christ, I am begging you, put me on normal stat gear, quick. In that case, we can wait longer, because I do know some people who, so I could potentially get Kori one at retail price if she wants it. It's a whole nother ordeal. Yeah, we'll see. Wow. He just did that, huh? I appreciate the offer though, guys. It's very sweet of you.
Forgive me. Please, forgive me.
May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten. In concept endure. To reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high. Fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts. I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
End of 65. My uncle works at Sony. Sure thing, buddy. It has been quite an exciting visit for you thus far. Oh, you aren't injured, were you? Good, good. The other Lycaonists have been taken care of. The incident is resolved, and life in Elpis continues as normal, or ends as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused so much grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Such torment. No! 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 I'm so close to leveling up too. I will be back. We have to go to Radzahan real quick. Phoenix sure is busy, huh? Hall of the Radiant Host. If you're ready to lend us your aid, I'll apprise you of the situation. We've received reports of a creature believed to be a blasphemy stalking the streets of Alamigo. Troops have been assigned to track and slay the beast, but there are likely to be casualties. With most of our healers posted elsewhere, we had thought to petition you for aid. I would be glad to be of help. Once again, we're in your debt. We shall inform Commander Alden forthwith. My comrades in the Immortal Flames will be glad to have you watching over them. You see, as there have been no sightings of any blasphemies in our lands, we have joined our Alamigan allies in their hunt for the fiend. Trouble is, the majority of our own healers are working day and night to treat the tempered Imperials captured at Phlegethon. For that reason, we too will be glad of your help. Aye, your presence alone will be of great comfort to the troops, I'm sure. As time is of the essence, I ask that you make your way to the Alamigan quarter and report for duty. Commander Alden is overseeing the hunt, and he will explain all upon your arrival. May Ralgar grant you strength. No, but I'm very excited for FF16 because I do really love this game. Yeah, I think it'll be good. Or at least I hope it'll be good. I have faith that it'll be good, but, you know. I'm just waiting for some gameplay, please. Have you played any other FF games? Final Fantasy VII Remake and the first few hours of 15, but not much. 15 felt really awkward for me to play. Like the controls felt awkward. Mr. Silverthorn, we were told you were on your way, but this is even quicker than expected. I'll tell Commander Alden you've arrived. One moment, please. Glad you could join us. Roman! I appreciate that we've a far greater crisis to worry about, but we cannot afford to ignore the situation here either. I'd like nothing more than to hear about your recent adventures, but I'm afraid such pleasantries will have to wait. If you have Game Pass, you should try 10. It's super fun. You'll be used to it if now, since you played 7 Remake. Also, I agree, 10 is really good. As our man at Thavnair will have told you, a blasphemy is loose in Alamigo. When I first appeared, the city guard were able to get most of the bystanders to safety, and for a mercy, those caught in the chaos only suffered minor injuries. But the fiend managed to escape and has not been seen since. We must find it, and soon, for as long as it remains at large, every man, woman, and child is at risk. As was the case in Thavnair, the blasphemy's very existence seems to spur the creation of lesser beasts. The longer it is allowed to roam free, the more tragedy our people will suffer. Did anyone see the change take place? Aye, there were several eyewitnesses who gave the same account. A man walking through the Alamigan quarter fell to his knees all of a sudden, and a moment later transformed into the monstrosity we now pursue. But beyond the fact that he was a young Highlander, we know next to nothing about him. Even the descriptions of his appearance are too vague to help identify the lad, and we've no clues as to his name or background. For all we know, he might not have even been born in Alamigo. We might have been the son of refugees come to visit. There are other possibilities we're investigating, though. Yeah, we're just doing my role quest real quick because the MSQ outlevels us. That said, I doubt his circumstances are unique. Blasphemies and beasts are born when men and women... when men are overcome by despair, and whatever drove him to turn likely could have done the same to another. Therefore, if we are to prevent future tragedies, it is imperative that we identify and address the underlying cause. Until we do, we'll have no choice but to deal with the afflicted the only way we know how, by granting them a quick death. But now, I would have you join the hunt and keep my men from falling prey to these creatures. Are you up to it? You have my thanks. And as chance would have it, we've just received word that a number of beasts were spotted on the outskirts of Alagana. The troops stationed there have already put them down, but were wounded in the process. First and foremost, they need medical attention. That's where you come in. I'll meet you there. Is 10 turn-based? Hold on, where are we going? Ah. Yeah, okay. Ugh, it's my own damn fault for being so careless. What must Commander Adlin think of me? Knowing what they were, who they were, could any of us end up like that? Although the soldiers were able to lead the beasts away from the village and culled a lot of them, victory did not come easily. It is times like these that our lack of healers is most sorely felt. I dare say they've yet to conceive any treatment at all. See to their wounds while I survey the area for any stragglers that may have escaped. Once I've completed my patrol, I'll head to the village to gather eyewitnesses' reports. Look for me there. I saw them change right before my eyes. Those weren't monsters I killed, but innocent men. But it had to be done. There were others who we had to protect. And thanks to you, I can continue to do just that. Once I've made my way back, I'll give a full account. The families, they'll understand. Pretty sure all of them up to 13 were turn-based, and they messed around with the combat during 13, then changed up the combat completely in 15. FF6 and 12 are my favorites, which makes me vibe a lot with FF14, so many elements from 12. Ah! It's turn-based, but not really rounds, but based on the speed of characters. Oh, okay. I understand. I don't know. I'm definitely interested in playing more FF games because I enjoyed the 7 remake, and, well, this game is probably one of my favorite games of all time. So... Gods be good, I feel reborn. Hold on, you're Rose, aren't you? I can't believe it. You're the one who inspired me to join the Resistance in the first place. And now you've come to save me in my hour of need. I'll never forget this. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I love me a good story. You could say that. I've heard so many good things about Chrono Trigger, but I've never played it either. Oh, Arnvald! It was good of you to come all this way, though I never doubted for a moment that you wouldn't. After all you've done for the people of Garabania, we couldn't ask for more, and yet here you are. What the fuck was that guy's glamour? Wait, did you see that? Ugh. For treating the moods of those soldiers, you have my thanks, and theirs too, no doubt. It seems they were indeed successful in slaying all the beasts. If my search is any indication, but we must remain vigilant. I've also spoken with several people who witnessed the moment of the transformation, though the ordeal has understandably left them rather shaken. I hear you've been through a fair few ordeals yourself, Rose. Yeah, you could say that, I suppose. As for me, I've been kept busy with this and that, like getting the hang of this wheelchair. Obviously, it has its limitations, but it gets me where I need to go. I've been working with this new organization as well, which is what brought me here, but no sooner had I arrived than those locals turned. Hello, Kilio. Ragenfrid, I heard you were there when it happened. What can you tell us? The ones who underwent the change are the very people we were trying to help. Perhaps I should explain from the beginning. The meeting lies held in the royal palace marked a turning point for all of Garabania. It spurred us to open a dialogue with peoples and communities we otherwise would have shunned. But there's still so many problems to be addressed and countless souls struggling to build new lives for themselves. I decided to form a volunteer group, the Silver Griffins. Our main concern is the welfare of Alamegans who sided with the Empire for whatever reason, and helping them find their place in society, in particular the surviving families of Crani or Lupi. You've changed your tune? Make no mistake, I've not forgotten them. I don't have that in me, and I doubt I ever will, but the memory of that day in the palace, of Fordola asking to be locked up again after saving us all, it stayed with me. Got me to thinking about why she and other youths would commit such atrocities, why they'd swear to serve the Empire, and the answer was simple, because they'd seen what we'd seen and suffered much the same. In a hell where all were condemned, they chose to betray one brother to save another. That's how the Garleans win, not by breaking you, but by making you break yourself, by making that choice the right one for a man at the end of his tether. Healing only begins with liberation, and some scars never will, regardless. Those who've turned from foreign lands may have yet difficulty... I'm really struggling to read right now. Those who've returned from foreign lands may have difficulty carving out a living here, but the ones who'd pledged allegiance to Garlemald. This is not the Alamigo we dreamed of, but after 25 years of misery, I'll not see it all thrown away because we can't come to terms with the past. That's why I formed the Silver Griffins, to see that no one is cast aside. It's a cause I support, and it's what brought me here today. I've been acting as a mediator. Aye, and in that short time he's been with us, he's proven himself a natural, but despite our early successes, the families of the skulls continue to refuse our help. I think I see where this is leading. They're the ones who turned, yes? It comes as no surprise. Their kin tormented and murdered fellow Alamegans. Anyone with a conscience would feel shame and guilt, and for some it might be too much to bear. I think I might know why they're turning us away. It's a sensitive matter, though, so let's go somewhere we won't be overheard. Have you played Celeste, Corey? Yeah, we played the Celeste as part of our charity fundraiser in September. Because we were fundraising for for the Mental Health Foundation. So we played some games related to mental health. It's about one of the men who returned. I saw his memories. With the echo, I'll not pretend I understand it, but tell us what you learned. I only caught a glimpse, but that was enough. It was during the occupation, a man raising his son, only the two of them, but they were a family. To keep his boy clothed and fed, he chose to side with the Empire. He knew what others would say, but he did anyway. And so he was branded a traitor. Every day his son listened to the jeering, the insults, but there was nothing he could do. When he came of age, he joined the schools in the hope it would make life easier for his father. He never dared to question his orders, no matter how depraved. He died in the revolution, but not before killing his own countrymen. His father wept not for the betrayer and murderer, but for the man he could have been. He blamed it all on himself, right up until the change took him. I can only pray he and his boy have finally found the peace they were denied in life. Alas, theirs is an all too familiar tale. They cannot forgive themselves, nor can they see how anyone else could. The sins of their kin weigh heavy on them. They think themselves undeserving of our compassion. If they carry on like that, they'll turn into beasts. We've got to help them before it's too late. Growing up half Garlean and Alamigo, I know how it feels to be shunned and hated, to hate myself. But as long as we give ourselves and others a chance, we can change for the better. And while I might not be as clever or eloquent as someone like Alphino, I know I can make a difference. I might not be quite the swordsman I used to be, but I'm still a fighter at heart, and I owe it to Abba and Ollie to make the most of this life so long as I've got it. We Silver Griffins will give our all to see that no more beasts or blasphemies ravage Garabania again. So, Commander Alden, do you have your approval to continue our work? Of course, there's no enemy more formidable than despair, and I'd be a fool to refuse your help. Not even a single one of our people has succumbed to this transformation as proof of our failure to protect them. Therefore, I pledge the Silver Griffins my unconditional support. Together, we will prevail. Now that we have Rose on hand to aid the troops, I believe we are ready to face any beasts we encounter. Though I fear it is only a matter of time before others appear, I ask that you lend the Silver Griffins your assistance in the meantime. Very good. For now, let's return to the city. Yeah, Celeste kicked my butt. I agree. Ugh. With you on our side, those beasts are no match for us. Those who harbor guilt do so not because they are weak of heart, but because they have failed to meet the demands they make of themselves. 'Twas the same for me when I believed that my failures had led to the Sultana's assassination. The despair and self-loathing were indescribable. I was fortunate that you and the other Scions came to my rescue, that I had friends who convinced me I was more than the sum of my worst mistakes. Now we must do the same for the people of Alamigo. We must help them to heal and find the strength to, if not forgive, then come to terms with who we were, so that we can look to who we can be, who we should aspire to be. Who we should aspire to be, yes. This is precisely why the work of the Silver Griffin is so vital. Though our problems are not new, the emergence of this deadly phenomenon means we cannot afford to delay addressing them any longer, and we will be better for it ultimately. Once we've decided a course of action, you'll be the first to know. Until then, may Ralgar watch over and keep you. I want to do the main story more. We might as well do it now, so we don't have to do it later. We were hoping you'd stop by. I'll show you to Commander Alden at once. Ugh. You're a welcome sight as always, Rose. Aye, and a lot's happened since we last spoke. We Silver Griffin's been keeping busy. As have I and my men, but I'm afraid we've little to show for our efforts. Although we've been searching high and low for the blasphemy, we've seen neither hide nor hair of it. Unfortunately, everyone else had better luck. We've received reports of lesser beasts throughout Garibania, and putting them down is as important as hunting the blasphemy that got away. To complicate matters, rumors have been circulating that these beasts were the Skull's kin. While this was true the recent incident in Alagana, we cannot have people jumping to conclusions given that they might feel tempted to do so. It has been suggested that we take these individuals into custody for their own protection as much as the safety of others, but that would only isolate them even further and give credence to the rumors. The recent unrest has hindered the efforts of the Silver Griffin to no end, therefore I ask that you aid them in their endeavors and see if there is aught that can be done. Also, you'll be joined by another volunteer. Try not to be too surprised. I thought I felt my ears burning. Hello. I said I don't need a keeper, but did they bloody listen? Did they bollocks? Come on, don't be like that. This is what you agreed to. Besides, you never know when you might have need of a healer, and there's none better than Rose. He's right. You've earned a measure of trust, and this shouldn't be taken to mean otherwise. Thick as thieves, are we now? Then there's no need for this sodding collar, eh? We all know it's not coming off anytime soon, but if this is how it is, if this is how it's to be, then fine, so long as she keeps out of my way. I want the two of you to visit the Silver Griffin's headquarters in Alagana. Several relatives of the Crania Lupi have agreed to meet with them, and we could do with a measure of precaution. If anyone so much as mentions the skulls, I'll deal with it, understood? I'll get this over with. She's as much at risk of turning as anyone, maybe even more so. You don't need the echo to see the weight she's carrying. She's still not got a handle on her own echo either. Sometimes the visions come without warning, and with such force that it's all she can do to stay standing. There's no telling what might happen when she comes face to face with the family of her former comrades, so look out for her, please. I wish there was more I could do for her myself. But we've all got our own duties, and I'll see them through to the end. So must we all. Follow Fordola's lead. We're counting on you both, but be ready to step in, even if she curses you for it. Yes, Roban. Fordola's not the sort to ask for help, so make sure she doesn't get in over her head, would you? I'll admit, this is not quite what I had in mind. I had a feeling Roban would send you Rose, but as of her... If you've got any complaints, take it up with the commander. No, it's fine. Truth be told, ever since that day at the Royal Palace, I've been thinking... Stop. You don't want to say it, and I don't want to hear it. So the matter's at hand, then. We Silver Griffins have been working to support the relatives of the Crania Lupi, but one family has gone missing, a mother and her parents who lived together under the same roof. One of ours paid them a visit, but they were nowhere to be seen, and when they went inside to check, they found the house had been torn to shreds, thick gouges on the floor and the walls, made by a beast's claws, by the look of them. You think they've turned? Aye, that's the most likely explanation. Please, do what you must before anyone else is hurt. There's no time to waste. I'll head west, you head east. Okay. Are we going up? Yeah, we are. Okay, cool. It's been a while since I was here. In the dirt you spy an envelope containing a crumpled, tear-stained letter. Dear Mother, I hope this letter finds you well. Time is short, so I must keep this brief. Although I have never done anything to make you proud, I promise you things will be different when the war is over. Until then, take care, and know that I love you with all my heart. Placing the letter back into its envelope, you turn your attention to finding the others. Love that Corey's attack spell sounds like grilled chicken. What? What sounds like grilled chicken? Huh? I'm confused. Oh, I see. Hello, Zero. Welcome back. Discover what appears to be a wedding ring with a name and date engraved on the inside. With seemingly no more clues to be found, you decide to report to Regenfred. Were you able to find anything? Then it was as we feared. I found and killed a third. It was carrying this. A matching ring. I'll deliver these effects to their next of kin and arrange for a funeral, or as close to one as possible under their circumstances. There's no changing the past, we'll always carry it and the scars, but no matter who we were or what we did, we're all Amigans, then and now. The Empire was our enemy then, and now it's despair. Good words and good deeds will serve us best in this fight. Weapons even an old man like me can yet wield. Thanks to the two of you, the missing villagers may finally be laid to rest. I and the other Silver Griffins will redouble our efforts to prevent any further tragedies. I finished checking the wares, sir. Everything's in order. Good work. Take a rest, lad. You've more than earned it. Keep this to yourselves, but Evrat's young brother was a member of the Crania Lupi. He's exactly the sort of person we're trying to help. Like many of the others, he was reluctant to talk to us at first, but after we'd gained his trust, we were able to help him find work. He's taken to it well. It's her, the butcher! Traitors, all of us. Kingslayers, deserving of hate and death, hate and death. No! Get back, get back! Sheesh. Stay away from her. Fordola saved your girl's life. I know, but she's... It happened in an instant, that poor lad. But it had to be done, and without hesitation. Would have been much worse otherwise. Could you go after Fordola and see to her wounds? I'll do what I can here. There he is! That's the person I meant earlier. Sir Furwix. I am the prettiest princess. I'm fine, leave me be. You're not fine. I said I don't need your help. I'm a healer. Let me do my job. Gods, you're like a dog with a bone. Go on then and make it quick. Curl can't change its spots, and there's no washing the blood off my hands, nor would I, even if I could. Taking up Garlean steel was the first choice, but not the last. Unlike the first kill, the hardest. Every choice after that came easier and easier until I stopped counting, stopped caring. You tell yourself it's right, it's for the greater good. You give the order, feel the ground tremble as the cannon fires, and when the dust settles, and your own men are buried beneath the rubble, and you tell yourself. Huh, me too. Ah! Ah! I won't let it take you. Ha! Ha! That man in the village, I saw his past. I'm the one who killed his brother. I'll be alright. I just need a moment. Can you wait with me? Poor Fordola. Everything the schools fought for, the sacrifices we made, the things we did, in the end it was all for nothing. Sometimes I look back on the road I walked, and the bitterness I can still taste, and wonder, if I'd grown up in another time, another place, would I have done the same to a different people? Was it always in me to be me? All I know is everyone would have been better off if I'd never been born. But I was, and I was dragged... but I was, and I dragged into a... Ah! But I was, and I dragged others into a hell of my own making. I remember these two brothers in particular, childhood friends of mine. The older one enlisted with me, but the younger... He would never have made it as a soldier. He was too kind, too good. Ansfred died at Specula Imperatoris, but his brother's still out there somewhere. That I've got the courage to face him after what I did. I hope he's found the life he deserves. I know a young man who survived the fall of Specula Imperatoris. Who? Did you get his name? I'm glad he made it out, but too many others didn't. Too many others still need our help. I helped make this blasphemy, and by Hralgar, I'll kill the bastard if it's the last thing I do. Anyway, that's enough out of me. I'll be heading back to the city to make my report. I suggest you do likewise. Is the Warrior of Light Rose Silverthorn winning? Right now we're just doing role quests because the main quest outlevels us. Well, not anymore. Now we just caught up, basically. After that we'll go back to the main story and back to crying, probably. Welcome back. Ferdola's already given her account, and I'd like to hear yours too. So she almost turned into a beast herself. We'll have to take that into consideration before sending her into the field again. As far as the events in Alagana are concerned, the two of you did well. Despite the appearances of several beasts, you were able to prevent any further casualties. However, this serves to confirm that those with connections to the Crania Lupi should be considered at risk of turning. Over the years, many of them have drifted away from the larger settlements and have taken to living in secret. Others made their way to Ul'dah as refugees, including some individuals of interest. As such, we'll be working closely with the Immortal Flames to locate and offer support to those refugees in particular. In fact, I plan to make the journey there for an audience with the Sultana. Once my preparations are complete, perhaps you might accompany me. I'm sure she'll be glad to see you. No, I want to go back to the main story, please. Can't we just do this later? Dude, that mount is so loud. Do it later? Okay, cool. Goodbye. I have found my excuse. Wait, that artwork looks so good. Wow. Alright, let me update my title because the MSQ is no longer level 86. It is now at level 87. 87. I have done it. I have walked in the end. Congrats, Ant. Ugh. I don't know what answer he's searching for, or if it's within our power to give it, but I believe he would make a fine Fandaniel, and that if he rejects us out of hand, he will all be lesser for it. Travelers at the crossroads. Or to now, if there is anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Rose? Will you continue along with us? Sure. Wonderful. Our fellowship travels unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head back towards Anagnor Rice's. Hey, Cake. I'm glad to hear you had a good day. Thank you so much for stopping by. Please speedrun the game so we can fucking talk about it. Well, I'm making okay pace, I think. As for my day has been okay. Yeah, my day's been okay. I'm really enjoying Endwalker, so I'm very happy with that, I suppose. As sad as it is at times. But I've been happy streaming more earlier. But yeah. Okay, let's see. Didn't we part ways with Hermes not far from here? Given the size of Elpis, I expect our paths will cross again before long. From here, we follow the path northwards to Notoneus. There we will find one of the teleporters which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need use the device together once, and henceforth you will have leave to us. You will have leave to use it freely! Shall we? My god. Why is it so hard to read? Because it's English? English isn't that hard to read, I think. I don't know. Maybe it's because English is inconsistent. Or maybe it's just because I'm not concentrating as much as I was previously. Maybe I'm just tired. Unless the need is pressing, I won't be tracking Hermes with my ethereal sight. 'Tis poor manners to spy on someone's comings and goings in such a fashion, so don't ask. Social conventions notwithstanding, perceiving ether requires deliberate and intense concentration, and we otherwise keep our eyes on the corporeal world. English isn't hard to read, it's a pain in the ass, true. You're always tired? Yes, I am. Here we are, Notoneus. The teleporter will take us to Kalimelios Zephyros, the western island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way and we can soon admire the view from above. You know how when you're playing a game and you get a quest that's not hard to do, but it's in the other side of the world map and you don't want to walk all the way over there? That quest is English. It's not normal to be tired all the time, I can assure you. But, I don't know.
I present to you Kalimelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by... Well, well. An Arrayus. How delightful.
They're cute.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst, concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to do. But in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
I love the little chocobos. Huh?
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Banar, that we should meet you here.
Huh.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
Right.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is she, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Yes, me.
Oh, you know I am.
That makes me wonder, do they speak about
Now
a
then.
male character if
You are-
the Warrior of Light is male? They do, ah.
I say, have you perchance come from the future?
Maybe?
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
That sounds rather like the Blessing of Light.
I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting. I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge. So you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest.
Korien
Will you not
meltdown.
reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Am I the one that started the prophecy? Sheesh! Whoa!
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos.
You'll never be less than 4 words of life for me. One of them loves books and wants to put up a fake courage core about.
We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
And there I thought you were a harmless stray familiar. As far as I'm concerned, this nebulous talk of future this and changing history that can wait. First, I mean to find out exactly who you are and what you hope to achieve here. The future, our future. I am deathly curious to hear more. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal and the quick-fingered Orias, which made off with it. And Orias, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Orias. There's no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading onto Poiton Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. Benat is so likable. They all are. They all really are. Oh, I left the area. Oopsie. You in the past giving the prophecy. Yeah, so they're super rad Arad. That's super powerful and very pretty and super powerful and ultra cool. And I say super powerful who will save the world. A prophecy in the future, there will be a random person who will save the world and we know nothing about them. Son of a bitch! Took you way less to find that shit than it took me. I have a life hack for this. I have bound a hotkey that will target the nearest object or NPC in relation to my camera, but not enemies. So I just spammed that looking around until I found it. That is cheating. How is it cheating? Korean hackster, yes. Will probably present as vexing enough without adding the old Azem into the equation. And she wonders why these lines upon my brow grow deeper when she herself wields the hammer and chisel. The Azems, both mentor and student, are a force to be reckoned with. I find them a delight personally, but they have a habit of making Emmett Selk look as if he bit down on a sour grape. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Orions no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better? No, I did. Here you go. The crystal! Well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? I've often been asked to do so. You too. Some of us seem destined to always be searching, for ourselves and for others. Long ago when I held the seat of Azem, I was forever tracking back and forth across the star in search for answers to people's problems. Long ago when I held the seat... Yeah, okay. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinion sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate the missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is, the way one thing leads to another, wouldn't you agree? Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time to return the stolen property. If you would go on ahead and take to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. I will hydrate and stretch, thank you. I'm gonna go get dinner at BRB, make sure to take a break. It's been 4 hours. Yeah, I'll take a break soon. Much better after taking a short respite to converse and debate with my associates. I consider it essential to exchange ideas with my colleagues regarding my observation work. Without such external observation, one has a tendency to lose the forest for the trees, so to speak. Cute. I am getting a bit hungry myself, though, so I might have to see about getting some food. Treat stream notification, Michael's balls time. That would be nice. Nah, it's fine. I can make my own food if need be. You needn't be nervous around Brina. Those white robes mark her as one of fair and impartial reasoning. Aside from the emissary, Elizabeth, such garb is worn only by those who have stepped down from the public office to serve as advisors. Whatever you have to say, she will listen without judgment. Inhale balls. Yes, this will be far more comfortable than interrogating you on the side of the road. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourselves at home while I put on some tea. Excuse me.
A wonderful arrangement.
The music!
I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Fuck, where do we even start? Fucking hell. I think starting with the sundering is probably a good idea. The world has been sundered, broken into shards.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
I thought that was at least somewhat the beginning compared to the other options. It's quite a lot to drop on people. Are we gonna tell them who they are? How we know them? Ah!
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Bro, I'm gonna cry just because of the fucking music.
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Heidelin? Circumstances
Same,
change,
Lysandra,
of course,
same.
but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Heidelin did not specify a point in time to which she must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any, but we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
Copium.
Now,
Yes.
I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again. Emmett Selk! Wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Dynamis is the key to all of this.
Ah yes, the energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of Dynamis. And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteon? Yes, I believe this warrants further investigation. With that settled, 'tis time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Hey, Zero. Right. Shall we begin our investigations then? I am acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseers of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteon. And I have a good idea of where we might begin. Are we winning, Kori? I'm not sure. Suffering. Suffering, sadness, confusion. See the woman standing in front of yonder building. Her name is Ismene. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Alpes, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insight. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge her. Certainly, Miss Venat. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? What kind of person is Hermes? Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species in incredible detail and is the leading authority on concepts with the power of flight. I hope that answers your questions. Was there anything else? How long has Medion been here? I cannot rightly say. As the chief's personal creation, Medion has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. So one day she was simply there, and what do you make of her abilities? I understand that she is a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies, I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you trust him? I beg your pardon? I've known Chief Hermes for many years, though I cannot say we are close. He has never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that is what you mean. Forgive us, we seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us more about Medion? That would be Tiamaios. He has a similar expertise with flying concept and is more than eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observations on the banks of the stream somewhere to the east, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there's aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Rose, I think we've taken enough of Ismene's time. That'll be Shin Megami Tensei 5. Nice, I hope you enjoyed it. Our investigation is off to a fine start when you agree. From here I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers, if you could track down the colleague Ismene mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you finish speaking with this Tiamaios. Bonk! Bonk! Yes, I am Tiamaios, but please keep your voice down, you'll startle the birds. Bonk. Ouchie. So, what is it you wish to speak about? What do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations? Shush! Chief Hermes' work, worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. Excuse me. What sets the chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Meteon too is a marvel then? My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteon as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. Meteor? Okay. I'll say Meteon. Oh, Meteon. Meteon? I know she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteon's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and Entelekes? Dynamis and Entelekes? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence of interest? Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to? Bonk, bonk. Right, let's speak with Vanna again. Man, Corey, why do people just start crafting everywhere you go? Well, that guy was gathering. You can't blame him too much, but I'll never forget entering Charlie and immediately in my left ear just bong, 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 ching! I'm back already. That was quick work. You were obviously clever enough to head off any of that rambling Ismene mentioned. So have you found any new findings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Meteon's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteon as his personal project and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes herself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. He was on that grind sat, man. You get to cry. What does he get paid? You know what? That's fair. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis and the Entelekes which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I am inclined to stay our current course and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Meteon, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? She and her sisters were created to journey to the stars and search for intelligent life. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So these siblings of her now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. I thought the mystery at hand remains unresolved. I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripetea crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. Excuse me. I'm really loving this expansion so far, though. It's been great. No! I take back what I said. Heck off. Thank you. Aggro's one mob and Walker sucks, yes. The tower and the one further along are both part of Peripetea crystalline, the facility where they archived all of Elpsis' observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the tower, I shall join you there anon. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed, so if you could prove a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for official records. Now, what is it you wish to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project, and by that I assume you mean Medion? Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Medion appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. Galeen is my partner and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Medion Heavensward, a host of them. Sending Medion Heavensward. For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as the most beautiful spectacle she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Vanat, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of this sight which so delighted your Galeen? Of course, or you could hear it from her lips directly if you prefer. At present, you should be observing a subject in Metabaseos Thalassai. Thalassai or Thalassal? Thalassai, okay. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans we create in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vanat, even though such pursuit must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well-deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we proposed for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as a Zem. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques we still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. Aye, I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galeen in person? Did he just say, I look forward to the day you die? Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. And he will take you up to the skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. Yes, wow. That would be most helpful, thank you. Well, I guess he means well. But them dying is kind of pog, I guess. They see it as an honor to return to the star that they're working on perfecting, I guess, so yeah. The other archivist said not we hadn't already heard, but the story of Galeen sounds promising. I have opened the path to the skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metabaseo Stalasai. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I am sure. Below, the tower ahead is still part of Peripateia Crystalline. We will need to ask for passage to the upper tier. Mr. Svenat, just passing through? Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two out on the upper skyway. I don't know what the best track in this game for me is, especially because I don't know all the names. The one that always makes me cry in cutscenes, maybe that one. Mr. Svenat, I was not told to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there is no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course, I will inform her immediately. But she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
As beautiful as ever.
I swear I could hear the glimmer in your eyes and the adoration in your voice. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
Oh yeah, there was this one crazy dude that was obsessed with being the most gentlemanly person possible. And I think there was also his grandpa, and they're fucking crazy. Yeah, you wouldn't believe, I'm telling you. And I learned this cool dance, and do you want to see it? Oh no, I was talking about Horsefund there, now I feel bad.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it.
Yeah, you should have been.
Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without, immense yet intimate. Fate, perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in, the heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life, laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. A moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, I did. It was in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Matea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests.
Hmm.
It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
I'm still standing by my prediction.
Please.
But I have no idea how we get there. Honestly, I have no idea. Should I try logging in now, or is the server still dead? I wouldn't know, Lucky. I'm sorry. I was going to say maybe Dynamis was linked to Hydaelyn, but if it existed before Hydaelyn, then that wouldn't make much sense, would it? Unless Hydaelyn is based on Dynamis, and like the other way around. But then my prediction doesn't make a whole lot of sense. What was your prediction? So my prediction was that was before we killed Zodiark, mind you, right? We know that a calamity is caused by an imbalance of ether, and Zodiark and Hydaelyn are balancing each other out. So if we were to kill Zodiark, then we would have to... something would have to happen to Hydaelyn. I don't know if we're going to kill Hydaelyn. I don't know if we're going to fight Hydaelyn. I don't know anything. But something is going to happen. And I think we might have to fight Hydaelyn in some sort of... I don't know. I could be wrong, obviously. It's a good theory, because isn't Zodiac based on ether? Yeah, exactly. But, yeah, that's why. And the creatures are the way they are because there's a lack of ether. So... You want to murder the world, Mama? I didn't say I wanted to. I'm just saying. So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding on to, under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. Yeah, you better not say anything. I don't want to know anything, I just want to see it. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Metea. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galeen said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If you stand at the same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? So yeah, I don't know how we reached that though, but that was my theory. Anyway, I'm gonna go get my drinks, so like refill my drinks. And also stretch properly for a bit. On an unrelated note, I will be back later moving out of dorm for the winter break. Ah, okay. I hope it won't be too difficult. But yeah, I will be back in like 3 minutes or something. Let me just stretch, walk around a bit, grab a new drink, all that stuff. I recommend you do the same. So I will leave you with the in-game music as always. Maybe not with me dancing and making footstep noises, but yeah. I'll be right back, everyone. Burb. Chat, I return with ill tidings. I am out of the good cheese. So I'm eating a sandwich with leftover mediocre cheese. I know, a modern tragedy. This is a tragedy of the greatest scale. Thank you for welcoming me back. I just have the last corner of it so we can eat that while I ride out towards where the quest is taking us. Since it's a bit far. Unacceptable. Well, I hope everyone's been enjoying the Endwalker streams and today's stream as well, obviously. I've been having a blast playing through this and sharing it with everyone, so welcome back. Thank you, Lucky. Super enjoyable. Thank you so much for streaming it. Thank you so much for watching it. Or now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Ah, what about that one? Have you the means to fly? 'Tis quite a distance away. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. Well, my friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Rose over here over to that island? Stubborn creature, there is no place on this great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What, you've ridden him before? Ah, your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. 'Tis certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Huh? Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two into the bargain. Well, chat, it seems like I was right. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? Choose your battlefield. Let's go! I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will wait you at the clearing over yonder. This dragon lady's gonna kick your ass, lady. Alright. Let's get to it, I suppose. Shall we begin? Be warned, I'll not go easy on you. Okay.
Let neither side hold back.
Ow!
My blade sings!
Ah! What? Ah!
My blade sings!
You suck.
Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
Did you just class change?
No quarter. Have a taste.
Ah!
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I. Prepare yourself.
Right, I fucking hate it here. Black Maggie, welcome. Thanks so much for becoming a part of Investigator. I really appreciate the follow. Thank you.
Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
Robert, that's very sweet, but I don't remember asking. Thank you very much. I think the red ones move faster. Yeah, they do. Okay. No, you... Sheesh. Alright. More? Whoa!
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will!
Aw, this is cool. Ah!
You still stand. People of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I've seen enough.
Vanry, thank you so much for becoming a Parno Investigator. Welcome.
Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, her strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
Bubby.
Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Good. Please no breakfast wars. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the Metea made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion, that we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us, rather than against us. Milk first, gang? No! Leftover pizza is best for breakfast? Yes. French toasted leftover pizza. Nom nom nom. Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the Isle. Oh, an ether current. Very nice. Man, I haven't even seen all the areas yet, have I? go. Argos motions to his back with his muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to hop on. Isn't this pleasant? Argos certainly seems to think so. Now I feel like the music is a bit too loud, but... Now, what was the name of that tree? Not for us? Okay. No something. Ah! Noetophorion? Quite a striking specimen, is it not? What is the name of this? Elpis. Brace yourself for the landing. I wouldn't want you tumbling off at the very last moment. I always play with music volume higher than everything else, Lamau, so I'm biased. Ah, okay. I might have to turn it down just a little bit, but it's fine for now.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before? So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness.
Hey, Isel.
Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
How?
I love this game so
I have
much.
no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, as though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
Thank you so much for being here, Zero and ASL. I really appreciate you guys.
So, what is your opinion?
Hermes wouldn't wish for the final days.
I'm inclined to agree. As we had suspected, the two are somehow involved. Yet 'tis difficult to believe that they would deliberately seek to end all life. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. It would not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
This worries me greatly. I do not feel good about that. There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than to look in Katice's Hyperborea, the large facility. It stands in that place, the Northern Isle. I suppose rose for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world. Did you not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? The answer lies within Katices itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility. And its magically constructed environs. 'Tis there, within those spiraling inhabitants, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis's observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the teleporter north of Poetin Oikos. Northeast. I don't want to mess with anything. I'm just gonna keep moving for now. I'll get these off stream. That plays Madge, yes. Seemed a bit much to try and pronounce. Is this an enemy? Oh no, this is her chocobo. I was so confused. Hey Zucca, I'm good. Thank you so much for stopping by. It's supposed to be the teleporter Vanat told you about. Motes of light yet hang in the air, suggesting the device was but recently activated. How's Mr. Tubbs? As ever. Sleeping in front of the TV. Ah, good. The teleporter acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Katice's Hyperborea, we follow this path and turn left at the crossroads. No more. No more! Thank you. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into dynamics as well as his Dynamis, as well as his creation of Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge of this on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Amatselk. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we fail to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Yes! Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and we have known that Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end, of that I am certain. Seems there's more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. Excuse me. All comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for your understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But as Emmett Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. I like Hythodius chuckling at that as well in the background. Do not approach me, do not speak to me, and do not dare presume to treat me as a friend. I am merely carrying out my duty. How many quotes are there? I think 11 or 12. How lovely, our merry duo has become a quartet. Past disagreements are no reason to reject collaboration in here and now. I commend Emmett Selk for his practicality. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next isle over. Median is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. It's probably the Stream Elements bot that does the quotes, I'm pretty sure. But I don't think it lists the whole list of quotes. I think it's just 12. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Misop's Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. Cool. Listen, help! I'm making 100 collectibles. It's worth 14,500 purple scripts, but still send help. You'll get through them. I'm sure of it. Maybe make a crafting macro real quick. But you can do it, I believe. There wasn't an ether right here, right? No. Well, 0 seconds. As if you're through the teleporter to Misop's zeros. Bot machine broke. Yeah, I'm doing that, lol. It's just a lot of crafts. I believe... Misop's Euros is interesting in that it is the only region in Elpis which lacks a researcher hub. This is largely due to the nature of his observation sites, which within they let loose creatures anticipated to be unruly and dangerous. I have also heard tell that the area is kept deliberately sparse in the event that, well, let us just say that no one should live near the teleporter, which provides access to a certain facility. What, you expect me to praise you and your progress? On the contrary, I'm simply surprised you made it this far. Then again, even with you slowing her down, there's no denying that Venna is an accomplished researcher. Her wealth of wisdom and experience is unmatched, and her achievements in creation magics, in any field, frankly, are nothing short of extraordinary. Though the singular brilliance which sets her apart can make her motive somewhat impenetrable at times. As her student and successor puts it, she is a force of nature, at once so close and at the same time so very distant. They are close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Rose, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance at convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Rose can handle them. She did survive with Venet, after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Sokka. I think follow age might work instead of watch time. Wachek? Hermes? Maybe next to that black mage over here? No. I shouldn't have followed them. Regret. So you missed Phantom of the Opera, Corey. A shame. Ah, there he is! I dressed up as the Phantom of the Opera for our Halloween streams. Rose, where did you come from? Rose, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hythlodius and Emmett Selk company. I have something to discuss with you. An important matter and unrelated to my decision on Found Daniel, you say? Then yes, I will come, as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. We're taking notes, we'll talk later. How was your day, by the way, Corey? It was good overall, I'd say. Very much enjoying my time with FF. Yeah, I think it was good. I played some FF in the early afternoon with KFO and a couple of our friends. That was fun. I did all the weapon trials from Shadowbringers because I haven't done them yet, and that was really fun. K4 definitely carried me through them though. And then I was watching some ducks on Twitch, and then I took a nap, and then I woke up, had a grilled cheese. Like, it could be, you know, not a bad day overall. Keep freaking out hearing clicks while I'm crafting. I'm sorry. What is that ghastly odor? I was prepared to swoop in if need be, but 'tis clear you have faced your fair share of monstrous opponents. You spoke with Hermes then? And were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungering Gardens as well, I see, or should I say, smell. I can't speak for certain Convocation members, but I for one am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emmett Selk who would recreate Amarat in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events ever came to pass. Be in our future or your past, assuming yours is not only written in stone, naive hope that is. Hermes said he would not be long, yes, and we shall wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity, if one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
Final day.
Yep.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the self-same negative emotions. Elsewise, it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without a Theris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
What the fuck?
I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteon. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
That is terrifying. Whoa!
It hurts, it hurts! It hurts! So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared, so lonely. The pain,
It's too much! Why? Why do we... They hurt!
What the fuck is happening?
This is wrong!
What the fuck is happening? Huh?
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Right.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you alright?
No, what the fuck? I will hydrate, thank you. I will stretch, thank you.
In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her, and we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
What the fuck? So this must be first true one that harbors the self-same negative emotions. Elsewise, it would not be the agent of the extreme change, so it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone or something is instigating the star's demise. So we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who it was or what could it be? Celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomenon's first manifested. The inciting factor came from within the areas and its effects would first be seen at those locations. No worries, Luca. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate you coming around, as always. Good night. Have a good sleep. So needless to say, I'm afraid. I cannot perceive her ether. What else have I to offer but my rousing support? Ah, Hermes truly is a master of his craft. You calm your mind, your senses questing for any hint of Median's presence. But you fail to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. I want to believe it's not down there because that would be a pain in the ass if I was wrong. Maybe over here? When eyes leak black tends to not be good. Yes. Yes. You calm your mind, your senses questing for any hint of Median's presence. It seeps into my mind, our voices reporting. No, Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run, to hide. Vian's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. Pete Tangents, welcome. Thank you so much for becoming a Paranormal Investigator. Really appreciate the follow. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, welcome. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Median's voice. She must be elsewhere. Korian meltdown indeed. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Median's voice. She must be elsewhere. Okay. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh no, we can't tell them that. We must run far away. Please don't follow me. Vian's anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing to the top of the ridge. Stop running! What can truly be so bad that she's running away rather than telling us? Hopefully this one. Oh, never mind. Hopefully this one. Never mind. Emmett, what do you have to say about all of this? Ugh, this is an exercise in futility. You have to be the last one to find her, Rose. Follow her voice. How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be. Median's distinguished voice drifts away to the south. To the south? Oops. Alright, let's have a look around. Up, over here maybe? No! Don't look at me! There we go. We strained to catch even the faintest whisper, but failed to hear Emilian's voice. She must be elsewhere. Oh, there's something over here. What are these enemies? They look like vases. Vases? Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all peoples of Aetheris. Processing expedition data, preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations, formulating answers to the question, finalizing report. No, Rose, you mustn't listen. Stop! Stop running! It's wrong, it's all wrong. Median's anguished voice flees towards the lake. Any sign of Median? Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The Medea are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being directly. In the Medea's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Medion we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters, no way to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. In the final days, Ether is twisted by the invasion of Dynamis from beyond the star, its progress intensified by feelings of fear and despair and anguish. Nay, I not like the picture which emerges with these latest pieces. Hey Solar, what's up? It's a shame there is no registered concept we could use to create another medium. Assuming, of course, we could link her to the shared mind, but no. If it were a viable solution, Hermes would have surely suggested it. A frantic search will avail us little. We must be clever about this. Oh, my dear Medion, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Not my cat, she's asleep on my lap. That sounds nice, though. Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? My apologies, we should focus on the task at hand. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Median renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of ether, much as Summit Elk solidified your presence when we first met you? Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Rose will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once she ascertains Medion's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Leth. Assuming she is made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Rose and Emitselk will be our tracker and trapper respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Medion's avenues of escape. Emitselk and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Median and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls on you to keep the way clear. Amazing. Who in Shadowbringers could have seen this coming? Now, did Median go straight ahead towards the pier, or did she stray from the path somewhere? As the only one who can hear her voice, you will need to take the lead. Reminder not to mount up. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's a good reminder. Look at him just standing there. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide, yes, I'll just have to hide then, where no one can find me. Toward the water's edge. She went into the lake, as if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. Ah, no! Oh, I almost mounted up. Oh, Jesus. So she's not in the pun, up in the pun way of being down, but also in the normal sense that she's not up. Yes. We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I will feed you to a remora. Well. Well, there are the remora. Oh, over here? I am very worried. Not here. I'm not here, please. By that rock is she? Very well. What? Why can't I hide? There's no need to run, Median. Rose, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him, his poor fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. You just had to turn around at that exact moment. Heck. Going out on a jog with Emmett. Oh, there's an optional conversation here. Let's go for it. Is this teleporter not in use? It seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Median's essence. We move on. There, I see her. We're so close! Come on! Mod check. She could be behind this rock. No. Okay. It was, there was an attempt. Maybe behind this rock. No. Apparently she's further down. Oh, over here. Alright, let's see it.
Aha!
Aha!
Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry.
Got a lurk? No worries. Thank you for the lurk.
Words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code.
The music creeps me out.
N. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio, ruined remnants of buildings scattered across Star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria, evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera, edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo, star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea, star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for, what gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteion, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteion. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon. Not until she has finished her report.
Oh.
All else must wait.
You fool!
Huh? Oh no. If all Hermes means to do is listen to Meteon's report, then it is his right to do so. But once he receives the answer to his question, what then? The fate of the world may very well hinge upon the choice he makes in that moment, and we must be there when he makes it. Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to ether? As you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Do you understand why Hermes would do this? His logic escapes me entirely. Hermes has headed to Ktisis. Considering the expansive dimensions of this place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point in the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteon is a potential threat and that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duties to safeguard the star. The Convocation's duty to safeguard the star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Vanat? Rose? 'Tis clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteon's is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, we are to learn the truth of the if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase. Even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all counts. To Ktisis Hyperborea we go. 20 out of 10 done. Well, that's nearly, you know, a quarter of the way done. That's not so bad. I mislike the look of this. Judging from the crowd, something is afoot. I saw not of the ordinary. Does anyone know what caused it? What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Ktisis? Mr. Svena, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Ktisis put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes' doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Ktisis scholars and observers are unaffected with everything, and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. And consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes and must enter the premises regardless. Can we get a mask? There are masks in this game. I just don't think there's one that's exactly what they're wearing. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I've little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only to make the most of your strengths, and I will fit in the gaps as required. I was once a Zem, after all. 'Twas my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of powers already. And you, Metzelk, can you impress us with your arcane majesty? And you, Metzelk, oh my god! Can impress us with your arcane majesty. You lob potent spells as easily as breathing, so you can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so choose, yes? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. Korienne can't read, yeah. Your tale led us here, Rose, so it is only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through, to Hermes and Medion. And then we will face the future together. Bleak as the contents of Medion's report might be, many could hear it and remain content with their lives, but not for Hermes. For him, the veneer of perfection has long been cracked, and it was to the distant heavens he looked for the means to repair it. I understand his anguish after a fashion. My own refusal to return is in opposition to this to the world's established order. Yet for me, the imperfections only enhance the fragile beauty of our star. I will fight to see it delivered from destruction, warts and all. I said that Hermes was likely perched somewhere at the highest point of the facility, but reaching him will be no mean feat. To put it simply, Katice's Hyperborea contains a multitude of vast spaces linked together at the seams, meaning the interior is far more massive than even this grand structure might otherwise suggest. But after... But even a colossal facility filled top to bottom with savage creations will not stop you, not with Venat and Metzelk at your side. And I will be there too, of course, cheering you on. From the moment we met you, our visit has developed into a never-ending series of complications and irritations. In spite of this, I have gained one useful thing. An awareness of dynamis. To think that a power with the potential to corrupt ether had largely escaped our notice. Whether or not I believe your tale, the facts underpinning your narrative will be the source of much debate. So understand that I act not for the sake of you or your fantastical quest. My duty demands that I apprehend Medion, and if that now means Hermes as well, then so be it. Corey, this is one of the only times I will recommend doing this duty with the NPCs. It is a TARDIS, essentially. Well, I've never done a duty with the NPCs. I wish you could mix and match players and NPCs. That'd be cool. The AI is quite decent. Well, it's a little slow, but it's worth it to do that one, in my opinion. Okay. I will trust you. Metzelka's the healer. I'm not sure.
Come, let us be off.
Oh wait, no, he is the protector. Wait,
I
so...
can scarcely contain my excitement.
Trusting chat. Do you want Emmett Selk as the tank or the DPS? I think we'll keep him as the DPS.
Let's get this over with.
I love the party selection thing. Okay, I'll do this with the NPCs then. Let's see. We're not even gonna have wall-to-wall pulls. This is gonna take forever. Come on, folks. Oh wait, I need to summon. No, my fairy's here. Okay, never mind.
Turn back, else I might be forced to.
If I pull more, will Vanat take the mobs? Hey! Ah, she will! Let's go! But now we already have these mobs. Oh, my eyes! Jesus! Even with the night filter, that's extreme. Is there more? It doesn't look like there's more. Oh, there they are. I will say the new pet AI feels fucking amazing to play with. It's so responsive. I don't know how it is for Summoner, but Scholar feels really good.
My way.
I don't really want to blow my chain stratagem because I feel like there might be a boss coming up after this gate. Or at least that would be if the previous formula for dungeons applied. Oh no, my dot ran out. That's fine. Look at them in their matching outfits.
Prepare yourself.
Oh no, not the clipping. Dot watching. Oh, an impressive concealment ability. Footsteps. Oh! Oh please, alas, it's no use on us. It's amazing. I'm just gonna walk away from that. Okay, never
I'm not
mind.
entirely useless.
Here? Surely? No!
My way. I'm not entirely.
Oh shit! Get him, Emmett! Yeah! Oh. Wow. Monk boots for me? Shy hands? the fact that you can weave deployment tactics now properly. Oh. Of course, they fix Scholar when we get a new barrier healer, but Scholar is better than Sage though? Yeah, but Sage looks cooler. Checkmate. Scholar, Astrologer, Paladin, Warrior, and Summoner, Reaper, Bard, Monk. Ah. Sounds interesting. Sorry, friends. We're definitely getting nerfed a little when raid comes out, I think. Maybe, I don't know. When does the raid come out again? Oh, this is gonna hurt my mana so much. Manat, come on, you can make it! Preferably before I die. Thank you. January 4th? Oh, okay. Pressing the wrong button. Oh no. Normal Light coming out on Tuesday. Yeah, I really wanted to play the normal raid when it comes out and do it blind with everyone. Probably off stream. If I get the chance. So it would be nice to finish Endwalker by then, but I don't think I will be. Unless I do a crazy long stream on Sunday, but I don't have the evening free on Sunday, so... Like, I'm planning to do another, like, 7-hour stream on Saturday, probably, of Endwalker, but, until then, I don't think I'll be playing more. You're kind of close, it speeds up a bit. Yeah. Oh, wait. I should have popped some food, I think. One more orange juice.
Prepare yourself.
I see you.
Right. Oh no, I'm in danger.
I see you.
Oh, I'm fine, okay. I was about to say, I have no idea what causes the direction where he breathes, but maybe it's depending on like an animation of the heads. Yeah, I think so. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, okay, it's the heads, okay. Wing. Well, Zero max level is 90, so we're 87, and we're sort of to like. Well, I don't know how far we are into the quest for level 87. But... Any fairy gauge spender? Never. Like, where's my fairy? It's because you can only spend it with Fey Union now, and I don't have any use for it in boss fights, at least not dungeon boss fights. Because the tank doesn't take any fucking damage. This used to cost fairy gauge, and it doesn't anymore. So the only fairy gauge spender you have now is Ether Pact. But But at least you can still do other actions in Ether Pact now, which is good. Right? Like, Ether Pact used to stop your fairy from doing anything else. Yeah, okay, cool. Just wait till you have to heal a Dark Knight? Yeah, I've only had to heal Warriors and Paladins so far, I'm pretty sure. And one Gunbreaker. And the Gunbreaker hurt me mentally to heal. I was gonna say, how many bosses have you fought already? We fought one boss, like one actual boss. 5 different bosses, haven't yet. Each of the story arcs could have been its own DLC and expanded upon. Felt like I can see why they didn't, because it would have taken a lot longer to get the DLC out. We will revisit a lot of the areas we've been to already later again, because we haven't actually explored all of it yet for most of them. So. Oh, that just feels so good.
Hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
Having to wait God knows how many expansions for them to fix deployment tactics. I'm so happy. 3 expansions! 3 expansions have I suffered! And it's still not as good as it was in Heaven's Ward. What do you mean rose-tinted glasses? For what? Deployment tactics? You don't understand. Heavensward Scholar in general was just so fucking fun to play. Okay, can you not die? I do really like the new skills they have given Scholar over the years. I just don't like what they've taken away from the class. Whoa! No, I forgot the cutscene! crit shield!
So, it comes to this. I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
So, let me explain. So, deployment tactics transfers, the Adloquium shield, the Galvanize. Now, the reason why it was good in Heavensward was because Galvanize had the crit shield in Galvanize, but now the crit shield and Galvanize are separate. Ever since Stormblood. So, you can't transfer the extra shield you get from a crit anymore. That's why it was better in Heavensward. Okay, let's go.
I will have the time and tranquility I require.
I see you.
Lust and pain, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power!
Okay, goodbye everyone.
How about you?
Dancing winds, here's my foe! Stars on high, all is rain!
I'm not entirely useless. Speak off.
Wow, someone interrupted that. Amazing.
Streams of ether! Surge is one!
Can you withstand this?
Oh no. Oh no!
You.
That's fine.
How about you?
Dancing winds, here's my foe!
I see you.
They did it again! Powerful.
Stars on high, all is rain!
I'm not entirely useless.
Even when transformed, I am not finished yet.
How about you?
Enhanced deployment tactics. Wow! That's actually pretty big. I like it. Eh. Yes, I will activate this card and then never play triple triad in my whole life. Why not?
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteon, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others, that they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed, and that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived.
to this song of anguish. I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Aetheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Aetheris.
Don't tell me she is...
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die? Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does not stand to reason that we too should be discarded.
That is sophistry, and you know it!
I see.
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmett Selk of the Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint.
What?
The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with the burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Man.
Go, Meteor. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest...
So then Meteon is the instigator for all the... Dynamos.
Fly, Meteor!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
That also explains why Hythlodeus and Emmett don't remember me.
No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Very well then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. 1 remaining to execution.
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
No fucking way. Wow.
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
Okay.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Heartbreaking!
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos! I'm fine. Just a little tired.
Yeah, me too. What the fuck? That was a lot.
Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteon's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmett Selk and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
So, what now?
What indeed? Let us begin by ascertaining the situation at Catesis Hyperborea, where the others should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Probably to distract him so that Verna had enough time to come back.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
My guess.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteion, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Venar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Venar about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteion did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
If
this
there's
Kairos,
like,
it manipulates memories through the emission of
I'll wait
etheric
for the
waves,
cutscene to be over.
There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Oh my god!
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
That's why Emmett came to help us as well. Oh my god. Ah.
Let us rest, if only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
If there's like one trope about time travel that I like, my heart breaks for every time, or just in general, like sci-fi, is characters not remembering stuff. Especially like you as a person. That shit always hits so hard. In general, just like being forgotten is fucking awful. No, but that always stings extra hard. I could name some examples from fiction, obviously, but that shit breaks my heart every time I see it, and I've seen so much shit regarding time travel. Oh my lord! It still hurts. What did Emmett call you in Shadowbringers? His new old friend, right? No, everything makes so much. Oh, I fucking love this game so much. It does. That's why I said that's why Emmett came to help us. That was a lot to swallow. I feel bad for this Lalafell who's still going through it. Well, are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more entelechies. He poured much of himself into Metion, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, the Metea would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel. You got one more quest for this arc and I suggest doing it. It's good closure. Yeah, I was gonna say. Fucking hell. I didn't even think this would be an arc. I literally thought Elidibus is gonna send us to some instance. We're gonna be there for like 5 to 20 minutes, and then we're gonna go back to the to the source. Oh my god. Yeah, fucking 7 hours later. Yeah, exactly, tangents, yeah. 20-minute adventure, in and out. Rose, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emmett Salk and Hythodius that they have already been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. We must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Population. Sure. Nah. Yeah, memory loss kind of stories are very harsh. But it's the type of stories I will literally always watch. Fuck. Like some of my favorite like works and fictions feature that heavily. And that shit just fucking hurts every time. Every time. Yeah, this was so well thought out. Wow, I'm fucking hell, man. It always shocks me how far ahead they're thinking with things. It's crazy. Absolutely insane. It's fucking beautiful. I can't wait for FS16, man. I really can't. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking to Venezia, our cutscenes will play in sequence. How many? Are you sure? Are you sure this is not gonna take 2 hours? Yes, okay. Well, if they're voiced, it'll be chill anyway, so.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither.
Bro, not this OST. I can't take this shit right now. I actually can't. Don't you fucking play the song. Don't you fucking do this to me right now. Yes, this is where we part ways.
May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteon free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to
Speak you soon, Aesol. Thank you so
nest.
much.
We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead.
My theory about fighting Heidelin is falling apart. I will hydrate, thank you.
Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him.
I don't have a theory anymore. I mean, it could still be the case,
but to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friend's memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path.
I don't know, it could still very feasibly happen, obviously,
And
but...
I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
Bruh, if I go back to the source of Grahatia's gone after all this shit, I'm gonna be so mad. Imagine the only thing all of this caused is Grahatia disappearing from existence. Bruh, I'd be so mad. Whoa! Oh yeah, that's us teleporting back. Well, I guess the idea is that nothing has changed because we caused what happened in our future by going back in time. But still, imagine. I'd be so pissed. Nothing changed except Grahatia gets a neck beard. I'm out of here. Shut up.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandani.
Oh shit! Sorry, that song just gets fucking hyped. Oh man.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiac. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong! Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it! We won't accept it! It will be ours again! A world free of sorrow!
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
Yes, yes. Tell him. Well, it's not like they're gonna listen anyway, but...
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith! We bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love.
My true mentor.
In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential. In his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk.
Holy shit.
All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
Wow. Fucking hell.
A conjunction has begun to form. An intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Beast flip pellets. Alright, let's finish up this quest. So Corey, that funky 8-hour arc is coming up soon. Yes, I'll finish up this quest and I'll be done. I promise. The mad lass. So you've a knack for turning up exactly when Ian, this is no exception. Rose, impeccable timing as always. I've heard you were off in the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as so often seems to be the case, while you were away, we've had some few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. Fucking hell, same. Oh, that was quite a lot to swallow. Well, how am I supposed to wait until Saturday to play more? Pain. Just pain. Well, as always, thanks so much for watching. It is a long time, yeah. Man! Nothing but pain, yeah, nothing but pain. Have a good night, Corey. Thank you so much, Rob. Have a good night as well. But yeah, thank you so much for watching, everyone. I really appreciate it.